Good afternoon. I'd like to call the April 5th, 2022 Johnston County Board of Education meeting in order. Ms. Dance, we do have a quorum. All 7 board members are here. At this time, we'll call on Mr. Ronald Johnston for the invocation, followed by Mr. Al Bird for the Pledge of Allegiance.
If everyone will stand and bow your head. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you humbled and asking for your guidance as we seek to make the best decisions for our schools. We beg for your mercy and ask that all decisions be made in your name, Lord. God, we ask if one doesn't know you, they come to know you through the Son, Jesus. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session for the purpose stated on our agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Sessom, second by Mr. Johnson. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries 7-0. We'll go into closed session. Thank you, Dr. Pierce. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Andrews, second by Mr. Johnston. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Dr. Pierce. I think we have one gentleman in the audience that would like to say a few words, Mr. Jeff Merritt.
Thank you, Board. Chairman Sutton, Vice Chairman Sessoms, Superintendent Brayson, the Board. My name is Jeff Merritt. I'm a product of Johnston County School System. Graduated from Smithville Selma in 1999, and Carl Spraggan was my basketball coach, and it's my teammate Carlos Hines here who played with me. And just want to talk about Carl. We called him Killer because reason we call him Killer is because we used to have to run miles faster than the UNC basketball team had to make their team. So we ran quite a lot, and he'd also turned that heat up in the gym. And I said at his funeral, y'all were probably welcome that he's not running those practices in the wintertime because the heating bill's gone down quite a bit, so it helps out your budget. But you just want to speak on him. He was such a great guy. I grew up going to Johnston County basketball camps. He was out in the community. Al played for him too. He recognized me playing in rec leagues when I was 5th grade. Stayed in touch. Took me to 8th grade basketball camp at Wilmington. Carlos came with me too. He got to play a little more than I did. But he'd take us in the back of that Bronco in summer leagues, and since we were the younger guys, what we'd have to do, Carlos, we had to get in the back and have our legs folded up. But we'd go up play Wake Forest High School and all the Raleigh schools, and we'd take it to him. Just was a great guy. I think he probably taught about half the people in Johnston County who aged 40 to 60 how to drive through driver's ed. He worked from the wee hours in the morning till late at night. Was a great teacher of life lessons. If you didn't have something, he'd help you get it. He wouldn't give it to you for free. You had to probably go rake a yard or cut some grass or do something like that. But he taught us things to be appreciative for. And one of the things, he had just a great way about having a balance of teaching how to be grateful, but also for what you have, but making sure that you push for what you could be. There's two sayings that I always remember. He had a saying that said, I once felt sorry because I had no shoes till I saw the man who had no feet. And discipline, doing what you're supposed to do when you're supposed to do it, to the best of your ability, you're not or not. And we, he took us through some pretty tough times. I don't know how many of y'all on the school board know this, but our freshman year, 14 years old, guy older than us, Clint Brown, he died on the basketball court. And that's not all that happened. Probably about another month after that, one of our teammates got, meningitis. We were told he wasn't going to live. Luckily he did. Another person got it too. So you're 14 years old wondering, you're seeing all your friends. One died. One possibly died around you. But he got us through that, and he was just a great guy. He'll hold us accountable, but he praised us when we did good things anyhow. So I've always said that there's probably about 5 men in my life who had a lot of impact. One being my dad. You'll probably know him. My grandfathers, and Carl. Wouldn't be here today where I would. Now I lead an agency over 200 people, and I use a lot of the lessons that he taught me to try to do that. So when, look at other guys that play for him and what they do now, and it's just a testament, or all the kids he touched, just a testament of the success he did. So just on behalf of all his former players, I want to say thank you all for recognizing him. It's a very noteworthy honor, for him and all the work and long hours he put in. And, also with his family, I know Frida and Hannah aren't here today, and Wallace, his son that passed away. But, he gave up a lot of time with them to be with us. So just want to thank you all for that and give you appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank both of you for coming today. At this time, we'll call on Mr. Avery.
Good evening. These are our COVID-19 updates. We continue to see decreases in active cases in the Johnston County Public School System. The metrics, as of April the 5th, there's 1 active staff case and 4 active student cases. All Johnston County Public Schools and campuses, including transportation, currently are in a mask optional setting. The Johnston County Board of Education remains required to vote on the mask status. This concludes our COVID-19 updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Avery. Any questions for Mr. Avery? If not, we still, due to Senate Bill 654, we need to vote on this, so I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to keep all Johnston County Public School masks optional.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to keep all Johnston County Public Schools mask optional. Any questions or comments?
Including transportation.
Okay. Yes. So we have a motion and a second to keep all Johnston County Public Schools mask optional, including our transportation. No questions or comments. We'll go to a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. At this time, I'll go to Mr. Wooten for a finance update.
Mr. Chairman, I do have some updates, but I'm going to give my time to the bond committee and Mr. Carroll. So thank you.
Okay. Legal Committee.
We still have open a position on our website for the attorney that we are looking for to help us with fine and forfeitures, and I believe that's open till the 1st of May. So we hope to have some interviews after that point.
Ms. Sessoms for the Policy Committee.
Yes, the Policy Review Committee will meet on April 21st at 2 p.m. here in this boardroom. And I'd just like to remind the public and our employees that all policies that are up for review are posted on our website. There's also a place where you may leave feedback. We do look at that feedback as we continue our work. Just a reminder.
Thank you, Ms. Sessoms. Mr. Carroll, are you going to let Mr. Moore go first and then you present us a bond update?
Yeah, I think, Brooks, you have a presentation to do, and we'll follow some information just to bring the board up to date on our 3-on-3 meetings and where we might be and some of the information that we've shared and covered with them. And Lynn Andrews and Mike Wooten were both on this committee also, and we've met a number of times on 2 different occasions with county commissioners. So Brooks, if you would come up, and we're going to sort of give a recap of where we are and hopefully where we're headed. Okay. Yes, we had a follow-up meeting. I don't believe we didn't have county commissioners there, did they?
No, sir, we didn't.
No. So just an informational meeting for ourselves to see basically where we were and how to progress. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Good evening, board members. The past couple months, we've been talking about the growth needs and the data and just what our county needs to address the current for capacity, but also the expected growth. So I will just summarize a couple of the main points, but also with me is a couple of principals that have a firsthand experience dealing with this every day. So they'll come up next. For the past years, we have averaged a sustained increase of over 714 students per year, which makes us one of the fastest growing school districts in our state. Because of that, our most recent county growth study showed 224 approved developments. So not planned, but approved, totaling 19,867 lots. So as you can see, this is very data driven down to the exact number of lots. So with that, our forecast shows 729 students being added per year as these homes are built. And yes, there are some local charter schools, private schools being constructed as well. But when you have growth like this, a couple of schools only provide about a fraction of our needed capacity. One more number for you. 186 mobile classrooms are in place today to accommodate the overcapacity. So 224 approved developments coming online, and 186 mobile classrooms accommodate students today. Also, keep in mind, we can't just focus on the growth. The average age of our existing infrastructure is 32 years old. Mechanical systems, just like cars and stuff, over time they wear out. But I will say we do build quality brick and mortar schools that stand the test of time. So while we have these infrastructure improvements, modernizations such as roofs, parking lots, HVAC units, stuff like that, we still utilize schools that were built in the 50s. So that growth, this is a chart showing the widespread growth across our county. From the Benson area up to Corinth Holders, all the way to Princeton and so on. That chart right there shows the 224 developments that are approved across our county. So obviously you can't build one school and fix them all. You have to build multiple schools. Everyone has seen this by now. This is from our growth consultant, ORED, that does this data-driven collection and growth needs. And again, red is not good, and there's a lot of red on this chart. And this is the elementary chart. And keep in mind, the state mandates K-3 class sizes. So it's a lot harder for an elementary school to accommodate growth than a middle or high school. Most of those grades require, at the most, 17, 18 students. So here's the mid on high. As you can see, as the yellow is nearing capacity, the red is over. So when we start nearing capacity is when you start seeing mobiles added, because those schools are out of space. There is some opportunity for redistricting if that's just the desire, but that as you can see is a very short-term solution that would provide only minor help, and also it's a huge cost as you move kids, bus kids, but the impact on the kids, not cost aside. What about the impact on moving those students? So here's a nice chart that kind of shows where we're heading. 2021 on the red line, you see uptick. That is Thanksgiving Elementary was added. There are no more capacity plans, so upcoming bond is critical, as you can see. That chart also shows the projected enrollment of the Thales Academy and the ALA, and again, with the enrollment that we're forecast to see, it's a minor dip in our chart. So in about 8 years, Forecast says to be 5,476 students above our current capacity. So I'd like for you to just take a trip in time with me. 4 short years from now, we are entering the 2026 school year. I put crisis because, yeah, it's going to be a crisis. At that point, we will have added 2,397 students to our district. Keep in mind, the average elementary school that we have holds only 700 students. So do the math, that's three point something schools. With that, at that point in time, 20 of the 24 schools will be at or over capacity. But the real kicker, 63 mobile units will have to be added in 4 years to accommodate the growth. 63 mobile classrooms. Middle school, 703 students added. Average size, 803 students. So that's just about the middle school. And 9 more mobiles. Only 9. I mean, just 9. So, high school, 676 students added. So, 17 more mobiles. So this brings us to an add of 89 mobiles in 4 years to accommodate the growth, because our schools, our current schools are over capacity and can't support them. It costs about $30,000 a piece to set up a mobile. So yeah, that's about $2.7 million to go towards setting up mobile units. Not to mention the fact, do we lease them? Do we buy them? That's an ongoing cost too. But the real problem is fire code requires 30 feet between mobiles. 30 feet. So you'll see soon on some pictures of some schools, where are we going to put them? First up is Cleveland High School. They have 18 mobiles because there's 629 students over capacity. Keep in mind, functional capacity is what the school is designed for. So the cafeteria size, the bathrooms, the weight rooms, everything are sized and designed for the functional capacity. There's no factor in the classroom, in the cafeteria, for 18 mobiles and 629 additional students. Holders High School recently in 2019 received that addition in the center there, but as you can see, they still have 20 mobiles there because there are 405 students over capacity. All right, here's one for you. Cooper Academy, 7 mobiles, but as you can see, exponential growth coming to the Clayton, Cooper, Riverwood areas, and I mean they are landlocked. Where's mobiles going to be placed there? On the roof? Wilson's Mills Elementary. Same as Cooper, exponential growth coming. Look at the chart, exponential growth coming. Again, 30 feet apart. Do I put them on the playground? The worst one here for elementary is Polenta. Tremendous amount of development behind it, as you can see. 18 mobiles there. So I can speak on the data, the costs, the forecasts, but I think it's best whenever ever our focus here is to educate students, to provide you all a firsthand perspective. So first up, if I could, I'd like the principal of Corinth Holders High School to come and just give a few perspectives for you.
Good evening, Board Chair Sutton, Vice Chair Sessoms, board members, Dr. Bracey. Thank you for having me here this evening. As you know, Mr. Moore has asked me to talk about the topic of overcrowding. I have had the opportunity as the principal of Corinth Holders High School to work with our staff to meet those needs of overcrowding each and every day. We are continuing to grow each and every day, each and every year at Corinth Holders High School. You know, our schools are microcosms of our communities, and when our communities continue to grow at an exponential rate, the infrastructure has to adjust to those ever-changing needs. Corinth Holders High School is a mirror of that concept. We continue to grow each and every year. We're going to be closer to 2,300 students next year. With that is an increase in demands on our staff, on our infrastructure, on our buildings. Now, if anybody can do it, it is the staff of Corinth Holders High School. They are a hard-working group of people, and I'm blessed to work with them each and every day. But prior to the extension, we had 24 mobile units and 20 roaming teachers. I don't know if you've ever been a roaming teacher, lived with someone that was a roaming teacher, or talked to one. They do not always feel like they are part of your school, part of your community. One of our biggest things at Corinth Holders is Pirate Nation, Pirate Family, trying to grow that each and every year. It's hard to do that, and it was hard to do that with roaming teachers. And so we did get that extension, but we did lose teachers because they were roaming. They didn't feel like they had a place. They didn't feel connected. We did get that extension 2 years ago, had 24 classrooms added to our extension, and we still have 20 mobile units. So we are still using our break rooms as offices. We're still using our break rooms as consultation areas for our students as well. So we are maximizing our space. And we have the probability of actually having roaming teachers again 2.5 years after having an extension added to our building. So with overcrowding, there's a lot of different things that take place, a lot of different things that we have to account for. So each and every day, we have to meet the needs of our students, first and foremost. And when you have a growing population and you have overcrowding, those needs get wider and wider and wider. And our staff is tasked with doing that with instruction, with remediation, with acceleration on a daily basis. And they do it well, but the larger we get, the harder that task becomes. So additionally, with increased enrollment, when you think about class choices, when you're going to high school, you're really excited about those classes that you want to take. But when you have increased enrollment and overcrowding, your class options get lower because we have to offer the basic education graduation requirements for each and every student. And as those, again, enrollments increase, the variety decreases with that. And lastly, the overcrowding can wreak havoc on our facilities. Just like an increased community, when you have more and more in your community, you have more and more wear and tear on your roads, your buildings, and everything else. It's the same concept within our schools. The more and more we grow, the more wear and tear we have on our buildings. And we're just one of the newer facilities. So again, Corinth Holders High School is up for the task. I'm blessed to work with such a wonderful group of educators. They go in there each and every day and answer that bell for overcrowding, answering that bell for meeting the needs of our students. So we're so proud and blessed to work together there. The 24 classroom extension has helped us with some of our overcrowding, but a new high school would help the burden vastly. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, sir. Next up, I'd like to offer Miss Poland, Polenta Elementary Principal, to provide her perspective from elementary level.
Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Bracey, Chairman Sutton, Vice Chair Sessoms, and board members. I just thank you for allowing me to share tonight. My name's Tammy Poland. I am privileged to serve as the principal of Polenta Elementary. Polenta is a wonderful school with an incredible staff. We have a supportive community. We are currently the largest elementary school in Johnston County with almost 1,100 students. Due to overcrowding and state size class requirements, we currently have those 18 mobile units you saw on our picture that are on our property. Having served previously at smaller schools, I wanted to share some of the challenges that I have seen that we're facing, and we're facing them head on, and our staff is amazing and innovative. But some of the things that we face in a larger setting, hopefully it will provide you with some valuable information as we look at the needs for additional schools. Each grade level at my school ranges in size from 160 to 200 students. Excluding our kindergarten classroom bathrooms, our school only has 4 main bathrooms to serve 1,100 students, one of which is a mobile unit bathroom. You can imagine the wear and tear our bathrooms and common areas like cafeteria experience with such a large demand. Not to mention the loss of instructional time, which ranges from 25 to about 35 minutes. I had my teachers clock it for our mobile classrooms when they have to take kids to the bathroom because it's not safe for them to go on their own. In order to serve the number of classrooms we have, our first lunch starts at 10:50 and our last one doesn't end until 2 o'clock. Playground space is prime real estate, you can imagine, at a large school where an entire grade has to share limited resources, and some of those resources are taken up by our mobile units. Events such as award ceremonies, we have to be careful when we plan them. We have to split them among days or times to accommodate parking needs. Even if we could accommodate the parking needs, we don't have a space currently on our campus that can hold an entire grade level and their families. Field trips are impacted by our size since most vendors cannot accommodate an entire grade level in one day. With only one carpool loop and one bus loop, it typically takes 45 minutes to load and unload all car riders and bus riders on our campus, and that's after working with Chase Farrell and Dr. Pierce to reroute our carpool at the beginning of the year. This requires our staff to attend carpool until 4:30 every day. We're blessed to be in a thriving and growing community, and we want to ensure that we continue to provide the best environment for our students and the best education possible so that we continue to attract and keep the families that are coming to Johnston County. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Poland. Offer you a couple of hometown heroes right there. What they accomplish every day is just simply an amazing feat. Recent study has found that the physical classroom has a 16 to 42% impact on the yearly learning progress of students. So imagine yourself. Most of us, when we were kids, dreamed of being teachers and all. But imagine yourself in a well-designed classroom with all the technology, air conditioning, lights, all of that, versus a teacher in a shell mobile trailer teaching 25, 30 plus kids in that space. Not to count air quality now, and social distancing is not a want. It's a must-have. So how do we solve this problem? At this point, we're simply play and catch up, and we need $720 million to catch up. Other counties our size are discussing bonds with a billion, but we're at 720 million. So if we want school improvement, let's build some brick and mortar classrooms to put these kids in. It's time to invest in our kids' future. That's all for me.
Thank.
If you allow me, I'm gonna come up here
While you get set up, thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you, Mr. Johnston, Ms. Poland, for coming and expressing your walk on a daily basis at two of the larger schools in the county, so thank you. Mr. Carroll.
Thank you. I'm glad we had that presentation. I want to bring, I'm not tall as everybody. What we're trying to do here is bring this all together in terms of what we've done and how we got here and how we're going to solve this problem. So I invite you all, y'all have all been, especially Mike and Lynn, share what, if I miss something in terms of our meeting with the county commissioners. So to remind us how we started and where we got here, we need to go back to, I think, March 16th, 2021, when we had the joint meeting with the county commissioners and the school board, and started talking about how we would solve our growth problems, how we would address our growth problems here. So just to remind us of the charges maybe that we got and we knew we had, I think we got a video clip. Caitlin, run now, please. If y'all would watch the monitors.
When we're talking about $2,700,000 of capital. When we're talking about $2,700,000 of capital repairs in 1 year, and a bond capacity, as I understood this, over the next 3 or 4 years, or 3 or 4 or 5 years, of about $150 million. That's not going to get the job done. And that's the problem we have in Johnston County today, is because we thought too small. And the school board and the school facilities people have not been honest enough about what you need to meet the needs of the people in this county. And this county has the money that it takes to get rid of mobile homes, mobile schools, and to build the schools that we need to have a first-class educational system for our students. You know, Dr. Bracey, I heard what you had to say. I've heard nothing but good things about you, so don't take this personally. But talk is cheap, and proof is in the pudding. We had a great school system in this county 15 to 20 years ago. And the taxpayers of this county deserve better than what they've got today. And somehow the county commissioners and the school board have to work together. We have the resources in this county. The problem has been they've not been working together. We've got to find some way to work together to make sure that our children are educated and to make sure that we make good use of the taxpayers' money. I think this board is committed to do that. I know I'm committed to do that. But we got to talk, straight talk. We got to call it what it is, and we got to get the job done. So, whether it be a working group or wherever it is, let's think big. Let's make sure that we build the schools that we need for our taxpayers. And let's make sure we have an educational system that delivers kids who are ready to go out in a competitive world to make a living and be a contribution to society.
Now, Mr. Smith was correct, and we agree with what he had to say. And we must, as a Board of Education, I think, acknowledge that from, I think it's 2011 till, it was about a 10-year period, we only built 3 schools. So, you know, maybe we didn't do as much as we should have done. So, as a result of that meeting, we did approach the county commissioners to set up a 3-on-3 committee, which we've done. We also tasked Brooks Moore, ORED related staff, to prepare a comprehensive study of our growth needs, our maintenance and repair replacement costs of existing facilities, and annual maintenance costs for equipment, so we can provide the county commissioners and ourselves a working document so we can prepare budgets on an annual basis about our maintenance costs to keep us from falling behind and having so much, I think, deferred maintenance paid for by bond issues. So what we came up with, you've seen some of what the document has, Brooks just presented. So we met with the committee and we presented them the $720 million bond issue, or building new needs and maintenance and repair. Our growth needs and the prioritized additions for schools like you just saw told us about $467 million. And our infrastructure modernization, maintenance, repair costs are around $252,700,000. So that is how we get to the $720 million. We had a discussion, we presented this to the county commissioners, and it is a large number. I mean, it's a shocking number. But how do we get there and work together to accomplish what county commissioners feel their obligations to county government is, and what our obligations and, of course, their obligations to the public school system is. And we proposed that we would, to be able to deal with this and handle it, that we would do it over a period of 6 to 10 years, $250 million in the first bond, $250 in the second, and about $250 in the third. So bonds are usually done on a 2-year cycle. So our first cycle needs to be, we presented to them $250 million thereabouts, and we identified a high school that we needed to have. We identified 2 elementary schools that were critical that we have. And if you remember the red charts that came out, you can see for the elementary, if we have the 2 elementary schools included in the bond, current first bond, those schools take about 2 years to complete. So when those schools open up, we will have about 900 students looking for seats. And we generally do not open a school until the fall of the year. It may be completed in the spring of the year, but so 25, 26, if we get the 2 elementary schools, would not be open until 2025, 2026. And according to our projections from OREDU, who has basically been very accurate over our 10 to 20 year projections, has not missed the target very much at all. I think less than a 3% over the whole range. So we'll be looking for seats for 900 elementary students. The other issue is high school. Middle school, we are in fairly decent shape. We have not as critical in terms of being able to deal with the growth. High school, though, is a different matter. The current high school that is proposed would be a 2,000 student high school. It is proposed to go, obviously, in the areas of the high growth. If we start this high school 2023, 24, bond, it would be voted on this coming November. So the bond would have to be sold, so there is a schedule and a time. So probably not be able to start any kind of construction until 23, am I right? So we're looking at a 3-year building process. If we start the high school 23, 25, we will have to find somewhere, while this school is being built, we'll start with a negative, we'll be looking for 900 seats. There'll be 900 students that need a seat in our school system. When the school, if we get it approved, when that school opens, that would be open in 26, the fall of 26, 27. When that school would open its doors, we would be looking at seats for over 1,125 students in this county. What happens if we don't or are not able to deal with a high school in this first cycle, if it is postponed? The start of the high school would be 25, 26. The number of students looking seats is 977. 3 years down the road, when we open it in the fall of 28, 29, 1,559 students are looking for seats. So you've heard from Brooks what we have to do to deal with this. All the mobile units have to come in. So it is critical for us in terms of, quality of life. Ronald Johnston talked about that at the last meeting. We really have to be aware in this county of the quality of life of what we're offering and handing and giving people. County commissioners are aware of that. And they had a retreat and they discussed these same types of things. So the good news is this, and I think y'all want to know, we all need to know, how do we get there? So we have one more. County commissioners had a retreat, and they got some report from Davenport, their auditing CPA firm, about the financial position the county's in. So first, do we have the first clip?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I apologize to interrupt. Is there any way we can postpone discussion and voting on this until after the Character Eds Awards and after the athletics? Because this seems like it's going to be lengthy, and these fine folks here are nodding their head yes. But it seems like this is going to be lengthy, something that may be of interest to them, but they came here to get recognized. So can we please postpone the discussion and voting of this?
Yes, if it's the pleasure of the board, we can go ahead and let character education take place. Mr. Carroll, do you mind stopping right there?
I do not mind. We'll
and
accommodate those
we'll accommodate the character ed and our athletic recognitions at this time, and then we'll reconvene with that.
Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
And Mr. Sutton, if it's okay with you, we'll start with our athletic recognitions and our employees of the month since they're here in person, and then I'll do character ed after that. All right, so Mr. Plisco, he will start with them.
Good evening, Chairman Sutton, Vice Chair Sessoms, Dr. Bracy, members of the board. I'm pleased to be here tonight. I just got back from the AD conference in Wilmington, and I had to leave a little early to get here and get prepared, and a lot of people were surprised that the board takes the time to recognize the athletes as well as they do in this county, so I appreciate you all taking that time. This recognition is going to go over our winter success, and we're going to start with Cleveland High School, and in attendance to help celebrate the athletes. The first athlete is Coach Kenny Watkins from the wrestling team and Principal Jenna Sauls. The first athlete is Susie Piatek, this year's 140-pound state champion. The event she was at the NCHSSA Women's State Invitational on February 5th at the Field House in Greensboro. She is a freshman, folks. So we're excited about that, and I think we'll be seeing her often. Coach Watkins' comments were, "We are so proud of Susie's accomplishments this season. Susie is the first ever freshman state champion in wrestling for Johnston County. Being a multiple sport athlete, including participating in 2 sports during the winter time," I'm sure that was busy, wasn't it? Her hard work and dedication was mentioned throughout Coach's comments, and she's going to continue to work hard and try to repeat, and we're excited for her, and Coach Watkins is going to keep her in shape, and Susie's future plans are just to continue to work hard and to defend her state title. Let's please give her a round of applause on a great thing. You can go around to the board and she can, oh, this way. Right this way. Okay, I'm going, yeah. Next up, also from Cleveland High School, is Keziah Stone. He is a senior. He was at the NCHSA Indoor 3A indoor track championships. They were held at JDL Fast Track in Winston-Salem. He was the 2022 indoor state champion in the high jump. And wait to hear some of these high jump numbers. His 7-1 jump in the 4A state is a state meet record now. That is for the meet itself. And he also cleared 7-1 here, which bested the record at that meet of 7 foot. He also medaled in the 55 meter, and he currently has the North Carolina #1 high jump mark, but also the high jump mark for the United States currently. So he is first for that. Let's give that a round of applause right there. That's good. He currently holds 8 school records, and he has spring season still ahead of us as well. So he did excellent this indoor season. Coach Capps is not here with us tonight. He was at practice, but we want to go ahead and read his comments. As a 9th grader, he declared that he was going to earn a scholarship for track and field. At the indoor state meet, he jumped 5'10" as a freshman. And by the end of October season, he had cleared 6'2". The next year, COVID ended the track and field season early, but he never lost sight of his dreams. Rather, he was more determined than ever. He had to train independently during the height of the pandemic, but he was more than ready to take the sport by storm this year. He finished the 2021 outdoor season as the 3A state champion in the high jump and also medaled in the 100-meter dash, third, with a top 5 finish in the 200-meter dash as well. He was a regional champion in 4 events, the high jump, 100-meter, 200-meter, and the 4x1 relay, and finished first in every event of the 2021 season until the state championship meet. In 2022, he established himself as one of the very best in the nation in the high jump. He is going on a Division I track scholarship for NC State. We're excited for him for that, and we look forward to continuing to watch him, and we've heard nothing but outstanding things about the way he carries himself on and off of the fields and tracks and throughout the school. So let's hear it for Kazeh. Next, we are going to recognize East-West Football All-Stars from Cleveland High School. The 2022 East-West football game will be held on July 13th at Robert B. Jameson Stadium in Greensboro. That's at the Grimley High School campus. Please come out and support them. The game's going to begin at 8, and there's fireworks at halftime. The first East-West All-Star game, a little history about that, is one of the All-Star games we recognize here at the board. Was played in 1949, and it is also something that we know that these young men are going to represent the east side, and there's been a lot of kids that have come from Johnston County and represented us well there, and the pageantry of it and the coaches going down there to support our county is something that is very important for us, and we're very excited to do that. So as we get started, first want to talk about Keyshawn Monk as a defensive back. He'll be in the East-West All-Star game. He's a senior. He had 110 tackles, 15 tackles for a loss, 5 interceptions, 2 defensive touchdowns, and many other stats. He's a 2-time All-State nominee, and at this time he's going to be attending Fayetteville State on a football scholarship, and we are very excited for him. Let's give him a round of applause. Also here to help recognize the football players is head coach Riley is in attendance as well. Kedrick Harrison is an East-West All-Star. He had 110 tackles, 16 tackles for a loss, 4 sacks, 2 interceptions, and 1 forced fumble. Greater Neuse River 4A All-Conference player as well. He plans on studying to become an auto mechanic. We're really excited for him, and out when we're in the parking lot, he's really looking forward to getting some of the other schools' stickers and getting his helmet all squared away. So Coach Riley, good luck getting that back, but he's excited for it. And let's give a round of applause for KD. We have another wrestler to nominate from Corinth Holders High School. Here to help us celebrate him as well is head coach Christian Stewart and principal Brian Johnson. Caleb Beatty. How you doing? Good. Caleb is this year's 195-pound state champion. He was the event was at the NCH Individual State Championship Wrestling Tournament at the Greenboro Coliseum. He's a junior. His high school record currently is 77-9. He does not lose much. He's a 3-time conference champion, 3-time regional placer, 2-time regional champion, and 2-time state champion at the 4A level. He's a high school All-American, 3rd in the nation. Coach's comments were pretty short and sweet. Caleb has multiple Division I universities interested in offering him a scholarship. He's looking forward to that and continuing to be a Corinth Holder Pirate. His future plans would like to be continuing in wrestling and academics at the college level, and we're looking forward to supporting him next year as he tries to get to where he wants to go. Let's hear it for Caleb. Cameron, come on up. And I had the pleasure of being the site AD at West Johnston with Cameron and his older brother for a number of years, and what great young men they are, and their families here to help celebrate him as well. And it's excited to talk about him and the winter and indoor he had this year. We're very proud of him. Cameron's a senior. The event was the indoor 3A track state championships, also at the JDL Fast Track in Winston-Salem. Track athlete, and he's been a football player for a number of years at West Johnston High School. At the state meet, he won the state championship in the long jump with 21 feet and 2 inches. Then he went on to win the triple jump, 45 feet and a half inches, also another state championship mark. And in the high jump, he tied at second, 5'10", for the high jump. And so throughout all this, throughout the meet day, he was honored to be the MVP of the meet, which is a very big deal, because he showed the versatility, especially in his jumping at the 3A state champion. So we're very excited for him and excited to see what's going to happen this springtime for him. They're all getting ready to go for that. So his future plans are to continue running track at the college level, and he wants to study sports management. So let's give a round of applause to Caleb. Cameron Sneed. At this time, if all our athletes, if you want to go around and shake the board's hand. At this point in time, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Petrano.
Wow, what wonderful student athletes. Hearing all those stats, and I'm going to present to you 2 outstanding employees. I don't know if they can jump 7 feet or win a state championship in wrestling, but they are champions in the eyes of their students, I can assure you. Always excited to come before you and talk about wonderful employees. First, our classified employee of this month, Miss Melanie Lee. If you would please join me. I was laughing with Miss Lee earlier. I was her principal at one time. I had hair back then. But so I can certainly attest to how hard she works in our schools. But she currently serves as a bookkeeper at South Johnston High School, and she was nominated by a teacher there. And that teacher had lots to share, and I'll share a couple of those things with the board. Miss Lee may have the title of bookkeeper, but she is so much more than a bookkeeper. While she is consistently on top of keeping the money of every club, sport, school function, as well as receipt books or checks issued to clubs, going to conference competitions or meetings, and whatever else goes into bookkeeping. She also bakes goods for employee functions, for employees who have family concerns and neighbors in her community. She does this simply because she loves people. She is the person that every single person in our school goes to for psychological counsel. We appreciate that. Even though she does not have time to listen. She cares deeply for the students and staff and comes into work every day with a smile. She will be at whatever function the school has with wit and a smile. And they go on and on and on, but I'm going to stop there. Congratulations for being our Classified Employee of the Month. We certainly appreciate all that you do. Congratulations. Next champion, our Certified Employee of the Month. Miss Megan Morrill, she is a behavior specialist in our school system, and she was nominated by a coworker, and that individual said Megan has gone above and beyond with assisting her students in 17 schools this year. She is always available to consult on situations. She visits her schools in a timely manner and models strategies, also attends meetings if issues arise. She always ensures her students have received all appropriate accommodations and strategies needed for them to succeed. She has provided trainings for new staff members and regularly checks if they need any additional support. She is a tremendous asset to the school system and students. So congratulations to you. We appreciate you being our Certified Employee of the Month. And y'all want to go and greet the board. And a couple of goodies for you both. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Ms. Furr?
Thank you, Mr. Plisco and Mr. Vetrano. Now we'll move on to our character education students who we will continue to recognize virtually throughout the end of this school year. The first one we're going to recognize is Giovanni Barboza Garcia, a third grade student at Princeton Elementary, where Miss Melissa Hurst is principal. He's being recognized for demonstrating compassion. His teacher, Miss Adams, said that one of his best qualities is his compassion for others. She said that without being asked, he offered to help a student with her assignments and assisted in cleaning out and organizing her desk. He was witnessed using encouraging words and positivity, which seemed to uplift and motivate his classmates. She believes a valuable lesson can be learned from Giovanni. His acts of kindness made her heart smile. By showing a little more compassion, our world will be a happier place for all. Next, we have Ernesto Garcia Jr., a senior at Princeton Middle High, where Mr. Jarvis Ellis is principal. He's being recognized for demonstrating respect. He was voted by the high school staff to receive the Character Ed recognition. He is one of those students who, if you're having a bad day, will go out of his way to cheer you up, and one that students love to have in their group when working on projects. Ernesto is very polite and well-mannered, and has been a pleasure to teach and coach on the soccer field. He is the ideal teammate and always encourages others to do their best, keep their heads high, and work together as a team. He plans to go to college after graduation and wants to be a teacher. So maybe Mr. Vetrano can recognize him coming up. And next we have Navidad Rodriguez Sanchez, an 8th grade student at Smithfield Middle, where Miss LaShonda Faison is principal. Navidad is being recognized for demonstrating compassion. She is a leader with an open heart and celebrates everyone by showing appreciation for their contributions and acknowledging their worth. She shares her time extremely well between school, family, and friends. Her academic performance reflects both her responsibility for learning at school and also her clear ability to communicate her goals for her future. She is diligent in tracking her levels of achievement and is always asking for additional support and feedback for herself and for other students as well. She uses her compassion and her communicative skills to reteach key aspects to her peers who are still learning the English language. She definitely stitched herself into the quilt that embodies Smithfield Middle School. And next we have Ava Cummings, a ninth grade student at Smithfield-Selma High, where Mr. David Allen is principal. She is being recognized for demonstrating self-discipline. She is a young lady that exemplifies strong leadership qualities. She is described by her teachers as one that is innovative and a forward thinker. She is a member of the school's robotics team and serves as its public speaker representative, as well as a student athlete. She is an independent learner and a forward thinker that goes above and beyond the expectations of her teachers. She inspires others to go after their goals and gives her peers the encouragement to take chances. She is active in the community and volunteers her time as well. She is a model student who plans to have a career in the STEM field. And next but not least, we have Ariana Arrington, a fifth grade student at South Smithfield Elementary, where Miss Susan Jones is principal. And her smile is contagious in that picture. She is being recognized for her integrity. She consistently demonstrates a high degree of commitment to being a student, while also contributing to the overall success of the class by staying engaged in lessons, activities, and group work. She exhibits integrity by being honest in all situations and doing the right thing even when no one is looking. Additionally, she shows initiative by helping her classmates while challenging concepts. Anytime a volunteer is needed, Ariana is the first to volunteer, even in new and unfamiliar situations, showing her unlimited potential for growth. She is the heart of her South Smithfield team. And that is it. Thank you all.
We have about 5 minutes before public comment at 6. Yes, let's wait and let's go ahead and get the advisory appointments out, and then we'll take a short break prior to public comments. So at this time, call on advisory appointments for West Johnston High School.
Mr. Chairman, I have a recommendation from Ms. Swartz at West Johnston High School to appoint Kevin Creech to serve on their school advisory council, and I make that as a recommendation for this and the next. All right. The other appointment comes from Westview Elementary, Ms. Mangum, the principal, for Cindy Dexter to serve on their elementary school advisory council.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. We'll let West Johnston High School stand as the motion, and a second, Westview Elementary. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries 7-0. At this time, we'll take a short break. speakers signed up for public comment. Citizens who've signed up to address the board during public comment will be called upon as they signed up and will have 3 minutes to address the board. The board suggests that the specific personnel or student matters be addressed to the school principal, the Johnston County Public School System official responsible for the program or facility, or to the superintendent, and are not appropriate for this setting. Our first speaker tonight is Miss Mary Atkinson.
Thank you. Wow. Hello, my name is Mary Atkinson, and I am a part of the educator program named JOCO Teach at Triple S High School. This is where I plan to become an educator for this very county. However, the plan is being jeopardized by this new transportation plan that has been put in place. With this new plan, I would not be able to continue with my goal to be at the school where I am most confident in. My mother, as a mostly single parent, works 12 hours revolving shifts and would not be able to travel me to Smithfield-Selma High. I strive myself to become the best educator I can, and this new action would strip me of my future that I was promised. The new school that I would be assigned to does not have the material to continue the education that I would like thoroughly. I can no longer sit idle and off to the side while all the hard work that me and my peers have put in is thrown away. Hundreds of students would be forced out of the program that they rightfully earned, and schools would be strained due to the new influx of students that are being forced out of the schools they are in now. The JOCO Teach program motivated me to continue with my pursuit of knowledge. However, without the program, I feel as though I would not have the friends, happiness, and the amount of intelligence that I have now. I feel as though the new generation of IB, AVID, and JOCO Teach students would be stripped of all their opportunity along with all the current students as well. Each one will be stripped of a better and more successful future. Hubs themselves are not optimal to anyone. As myself, I could not get there safely, as I have no one to take me. I would have to walk with no sidewalks across busy roads and suffer through the threat of someone taking me during the walk to and from the hub. If this situation is happening to me, would this be affected to innovation kids being forced to have to walk to their hubs? Would we potentially let middle and high school students walk to these hubs in the middle of danger? Johnston County is fostering many, many new lives, and currently this flame is being snuffed out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brianna Wheeler.
Hello, my name is Storm, and I am an International Baccalaureate Diploma Program student and a member of student government at Smithfield-Selma High School. I'm here to speak with you about the hub transportation model discussed at the last board meeting. I ride the bus to and from school. My parents aren't able to drive me to school because 1, it's 4 a.m. when I wake up and get ready to go on the bus, and if my parents were to drive me to school, they would have to be able to leave at 6 a.m., and they aren't able to do that. 2, they have to get ready to go to work. They also have to be home to wake up my siblings and get them ready for school. By the time my dad would try to take me to a hub in the morning to be picked up, he would be late to wake my brother up, who goes to Cleveland High School, and my sister up, who goes to Cleveland Middle School. With the IB program, I am taking rigorous courses to get on track for the college-level classes that I will eventually take. I already have my schedule for the rest of high school planned out for me. The IB program has been helping me understand what certain universities and jobs are looking for in the real world, such as characteristics like being knowledgeable and principled. The IB program helps me understand what type of career path I would like to go down. It can help me find scholarships, internships, jobs, and help me get more involved in my community. That's why this program is important to me. If the bus hubs do go through and a bus ride isn't able to come pick me up closer to where I live, I would have to transfer back to Cleveland High School. It is true that a lot of people I went to middle school with are enrolled at Cleveland, but I've already made new friends, built connections with new teachers, and have become attached to the IB program at SSS. I would have to change schools, and it will force me to pick out different classes that I don't want, lose access to the classmates and teachers I have built trust and friendships with, and even more. I understand that you would like to use the bus hubs because of the cost of sending buses out and the lack of bus drivers, but it wouldn't be fair to the kids who have worked really hard to get into these programs and have already adjusted to our schools. This would be especially hard on the rising seniors, as they would have already been taking program-specific courses, so it would be confusing to try to put them back into a different high school. Bus hubs are a problem not just for SSS, but for other schools who will lose a lot of students because of parents not being able to drive them anywhere that early in the morning. We should try to figure out how to lessen the amount of money spent on buses, but we should also try to take a look to see who these bus hubs impact and listen to their stories. That is why I'm asking you to eliminate the plans for the hub model and continue with the current transportation model. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Suzanne Sweat.
Good evening. I want to thank you for letting us speak to you tonight about the impacts of the hub transportation model. My name is Suzanne Sweat, and I am the coordinator of JOCO Teach at Smithfield-Selma High School, the only 9th through 12th grade teacher training program at a traditional public high school in North Carolina. At the last board meeting, several of the board members wanted more data on how many students would be impacted by a switch to the hub transportation model. For JOCO Teach, the answer is 36%. Requiring parents to provide transportation for students in our program means that approximately 1 in 3 of our students would not get to take Teacher Cadet 1 and 2 in the 9th and 10th grade. They would not get to go into elementary and middle school classes to complete student teaching activities as sophomores. They would not get the opportunity to attend state and national conferences for rising educators. And 1 in 3 of these students would not have the additional support and guidance to complete their associate's degree in teacher preparation while in high school, all because they live too far away or because their parents work. Although 36% of students is currently a high number, data doesn't even include students not yet accepted into the program. I want to read to you an email I received 2 days after the last board meeting from a student who applied for and was invited to interview for the JOCO Teach program. She wrote, "Thank you for the interview opportunity. I would love to, but with the whole bus issue and if transportation stops choice programs, I would need to go to my base school." We lost a potential JOCO Teach student before she was even able to begin. Additionally, we need to look at the impact that cutting this opportunity for students will have on our school system. A school system that currently has 80 unfilled teaching positions and many more unfilled TA positions. In 2018, Johnston County Schools wanted to create a teacher pipeline that would allow high school students to explore teaching, be trained in teaching methods by Johnston County teachers, and mentor rising educators so that they could come home to Johnston County after graduation and teach in our local schools. At the end of next year, we will have our first graduating class who will have earned their associate's degrees in teacher prep and will be able to be teacher assistants. And 2 years after that, in 2025, these students will graduate with their bachelor's degree and come back to Johnston County as certified teachers. When this program was created, Johnston County Schools was thinking ahead about the impact these students could have on our school system by helping decrease the teacher shortage. By eliminating opportunities for students to participate in JOCO Teach, Johnston County Schools could be potentially cutting their recruitment efforts for homegrown teachers for years to come. JOCO Teach stands for Johnston County Teaching Educators and Coming Home. We are JOCO Teach because we represent and invite all students in Johnston County Public Schools to be a part of our program. We want every student to have equal access to get a jump start on their teaching profession. We are not Triple S Teach. We are JOCO Teach, and we hope that you will help us stay that way.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Courtney Lassiter.
Good evening to all here. My name is Courtney Lassiter, and I'm an IB Diploma Program student at Smithfield-Selma High School. Some of you here today may recognize me because I just recently served on the 2022-2023 calendar committee for our county. In 8th grade, I made the decision to attend IB at one of the lowest points in my life, depressed and upset with my life in school. Since then, I have received a world of opportunities and academic support. Removing transportation for special programs would rob many students of their ability to higher education and a better life, including me. My freshman and sophomore year, I relied fully on bus transportation to make it home from school, as both my parents worked full-time jobs, my mom working at Wake Med as a nurse and my dad running his business and our farm. This transportation allowed me the opportunity to access higher education, being that IB classes are the highest level classes that any student in Johnston County may take. Had I attended my district school and never gone to Triple S or been provided transportation to IB, I would have never found myself in such a supportive environment with so many opportunities available to me. Since joining IB and attending Triple S, I've taken and succeeded in AP and IB courses. I've enriched my high school experience as junior class president and I'm participating as a member in the Spartan Regiment. My art has been exhibited in several galleries, and most recently, as mentioned, I served on your calendar committee. While I now drive to school as a 17-year-old, I can't stay silent as I watch these opportunities potentially taken from those in my community without transportation, knowing that I was in the same situation less than a year ago. Right now, my brother Riley in 7th grade attends Innovation Academy, where he sought programs like AIG classes and challenging course material. If today his bus transportation home from school was converted to a hub system, he would no longer be able to attend this school, offering him so many opportunities. We as students are seeking a higher education and tangible future for ourselves. Special programs like IB, AVID, and JOCO Teach, among others, change us as students, not just simply in high school, but for the rest of our lives. I urge you, as a young woman you've gotten to know on the calendar committee, as an active member of my community, and moreover, as a student simply committed to leading the best life I can, do not move our special programs to hub transportation. Please continue to provide bus transportation for special programs where we need support the most. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Maya Calloway.
Hi, my name is Mia Calloway, and I am a senior in the IB program. Though I was originally districted to Corinth Holders High School. And as you can guess, I applied to many special programs all around the county when I left middle school. And I was looking for a better opportunity than my siblings had at Corinth Holders. But the only one that could offer me a bus all the way to Clayton was the SSS's IB program. I knew absolutely no one coming into my freshman year because it was so far out of district for me. And I had to ride the bus every day for freshman and sophomore year. And to do that, I had to wake up at 4 a.m. But it was a great opportunity to take more challenging classes and get college credit for my major. So every morning I woke up at 4 a.m. and I walked 10 minutes to my group bus stop, which picked me up at 5:20 at the end of my neighborhood. And then I rode an hour to school every day, and I would do the same in the evenings, and sometimes not even get home until 4 or 4:30. But it meant that I had to do my homework on the bus often, but it was worth it because I got to go through a rigorous program that is normally only available to people who can pay the fees for the classes and the tests, which can cost like $150 each. It also gave me the opportunity to take on roles such as NHS Vice President, Leo Club Membership Director, and so much more. And even just the walk was exhausting. If I had to go to a hub every morning, I would not have been able to attend SSS at all, probably. Both my parents were working two jobs at the time, and they had to also drive my older sister to NC State every day, to and from the school, actually, because she could not drive. And to also take me to a hub, it would have, with only one car, it would have had us very, very incredibly thin. This may sound like an extreme situation, my parents working two jobs, me also working my sophomore and junior year, but it's not. My situation is not an outlier. I have tons of friends who are also in the same situation as me, going through the IB program as well. And it's the same for many first-generation college students like me. College prep programs are our only chance to get the opportunities that we are not privileged enough to stumble upon. And driving 30 minutes to a bus stop may not seem like a big deal to everyone, but for a lot of students, it means their parents waking up at 4:30 with them every morning to take them to school. A parent that may have just gotten off a night shift, or a parent who has two other kids that they can't leave at home alone, or even a parent that just can't afford another tank of gas that week. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Cynthia Hutchings.
Good evening, board members, fellow JCPS staff, and JOCO families who are here this evening. My name is Cynthia Hutchings, and I am the IB Diploma Program Coordinator at SSS. To begin, I would like to make sure we give recognition to the students who are here tonight, speaking on behalf of their classmates by giving them a round of applause at the end of my 3 minutes. In our JCPS special programs, we are teaching students to be advocates, not only for themselves, but for the others around them. Tonight, I want to give you a few pieces of information we have collected from the families in our program and at our schools since the unexpected unexpected vote in March. First, families deserve to know that the program coordinators were not aware of this proposed change. As I was watching the March board meeting live, yes, I stayed up until 9:45 that night watching, I was shocked that the proposal was voted on despite the board having many lingering questions about the impacts of such a change. The board failed to consider the impacts this decision would have on families before they voted. Second, based on survey data conducted since the March board meeting, trends are showing that over 80% of special programs families at SSS would not be able to provide transportation to a hub location. This could mean that over 150 students who are currently enrolled in our special programs might not be able to continue what they started. Third, as you know, SSS is the most diverse high school, not just with its students, but also with its staff in Johnston County. One of the many benefits of coming to one of the programs at SSS is that students from all over the county are exposed to the diverse culture that we have and the many opportunities provided to our students. With transportation, our programs offer equitable access to college-level courses and support to students from around the country. Students who live outside our feeder pattern should not be kept from such programs simply because their parents cannot provide transportation to a hub. In conclusion, I know that students benefit from these programs and the transportation provided because we have seen it firsthand. This is the most powerful part of my statement, so please listen carefully. The IB class of 2015 includes Emma Sejuel, who is currently living in Chicago as an environmental health safety information technology consultant. The IB class of 2016 includes Jessica Alamos from the Cleveland School District, who is in year 2 of law school at Campbell University. The IB class of 2017 includes Maggie Riley from the South Johnston School District, who is currently living in Philadelphia working on her PhD in textile engineering after graduating from NC State. The IB class of 2018 includes Nikemdrum Obodo from the Cleveland School District, who is now at Cornell taking accelerated 3-2 law program, one of only 30 students chosen to do so. The IB class of 2019 includes Leslie Granados from the Four Oaks District, who was awarded a full ride, including a year spent studying abroad in Denmark from Wake Forest University. The IB class of 2020 includes UNC Moorhead Kane Shahad Mustafa from the North Johnston District, and Anna Hill, sitting with us tonight, a park recipient from the McGee's Crossroads District. The IB class of 2021 includes Maylee Becton, who attended Princeton Middle and is one of 20 ECU scholars. While the hub model is not budget-friendly, may be budget-friendly, it is not student-friendly. This is why I asked the Johnston County Board of Education to reverse any and all plans to move forward with the hub transportation model. And now, a round of applause for the students.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchings. Next, we have Selah Avery. Did I pronounce that right? Selah. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Selah Avery, and I'm a Smithfield-Selma High School student. I am a member of JOCO Teach. JOCO Teach is a very close-knit program, and we benefit greatly from all of our members. We have students from every high school in the county and are filled with like-minded individuals who all want to go into education and have the same goals for education and college. Our program is like a family, and this transportation will take our community away from us. Today, I am representing another member of JOCO Teach named Hannah, a very close friend of mine who unfortunately could not be here due to transportation issues. JOCO Teach gave Hannah many opportunities. It helped her grow in her teaching abilities while also granting her the opportunity to see sides of the education system through the point of view of a teacher rather than a student. JOCO Teach has given her teaching opportunities to real students in real elementary schools for free. And JOCO Teach, she also gets 2 years in an associate's degree for free through Johnston Community College. JOCO Teach has been an amazing program for all of us, but next year, if you move to the hub transportation model, people like Hannah will not be able to attend Smithfield-Selma and will have to move to their base school. With working parents, Hannah will not be able to take herself to the transportation hubs. It is incredibly unsafe for her to walk or take a bike, and she has no siblings living at home to take her. A major concern is the trouble that many working parents, such as Hannah's, will be put through. If parents want to get their students to these hubs, they would be greatly inconvenienced. They would have to go to work, if they have to go to work very early in the morning, and driving their high school student to a hub would disrupt their already very busy schedules and would put many parents through a lot of stress and trouble, more than likely forcing them to change schools. This story is similar to many, many others in the Johnston County special programs, and if you move to the hub transportation, you will be taking away many very influential educational opportunities for many students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Jenny Young.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jenny Yang, and I am a senior at Smithfield Summer High, also known as Triple S. I am part of both the IB and AVID program. I am here on behalf of myself and my fellow peers. We heard about the hub model of transportation from the previous meeting, and we believe that the new bus decision is a violation of what this county stands for. I am here to represent Triple S, specifically the AVID program, to express our disagreement to the new decision. I'm here to share two stories from two of my classmates. One of my classmates is attending Triple S for the AVID program and recently their nursing program. She is districted to Princeton, and the commute to Triple S is about 30 minutes. She relies on the bus and doesn't have other means of going to school since her mom couldn't drive and her dad worked from early morning till late in the evening. She states that the reason she has been able to achieve her current success is because of the AVID program, which is only available here at Triple S. The program had driven and motivated her to attend college in the near future. This is all possible because of the transportation she received to bring her to and from school. She adamantly believed that the school she is district to would not be able to provide her the same opportunity Triple S had provided her. If she were to transfer school, she would not have the same aspiration and achievement she has now. Another classmate, Leo, has a similar story. He attended Triple S and also in the AVID program. He is districted to the Gardner area, which is a 40-minute commute to Triple S. He states that the school he is districted to does not provide the opportunities like Triple S, and when he went there, he felt left out of place. He would not be able to attend here if it were not for the bus provided. His mother also doesn't have a license, and his dad worked till 5 in the evening. And even then, it is an hour-and-a-half commute for his dad. Leo said the AVID program had offered him so much opportunity with what he's capable of becoming. And if it wasn't for this program, he wouldn't have gone as far as he did. And that was possible because he received bus transportation. Many of us come from low-income families in which we are the first generation to attempt to seek out higher and more advanced education. I want to continue to see people have the same opportunity and right to education that we have now. We understand the reason why the board made this decision, but we ask you to reconsider because this decision is harmful to our students. We ask that we stick to the current model until we find a better solution. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Sophia Erzy.
Hello, my name is Sophia Erzy. I'm currently a junior in the Johnston County School System. The summer before my freshman year, I was accepted into both the AVID and IB choice programs at Smithfield Selma High School, and have since worked tirelessly to keep up with the classes, extracurriculars, and community service hours necessary to maintain my place in these programs. Despite the challenges I faced, my time at Triple S has been more fulfilling than I could have imagined. I've been pushed for the first time in my life to improve and grow as a person, and the people that I'm honored to call my peers are some of the most committed, hardworking people I've ever met. Now, a year before our graduation, many of us are going to be forced to drop the choice programs, leaving behind our classes, our friends, and all of the commitments that we've made at our school. With the implementation of the hub model, many Johnston County students will no longer be provided transportation to the schools they attend through the choice programs. A system of bus hubs won't do anything for many of the students who need public transportation in the first place. Students' families wouldn't be able to drive them to hubs to catch the bus, or would have to put their safety at risk to walk to the bus hubs in the early hours of the morning. I myself wake up at 4 a.m. every day to catch my bus on time. It's exhausting and rushed and miserable, but I do it because I cannot get transportation to my school any other way. And I believe that the exhaustion is worth my experience at Triple S. Please consider what we students have been saying to you. We're here because we believe the Johnston County Choice programs are worth it. We've shown that we're willing to put in the effort to keep these programs running. Are you? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Greer Suggs.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Greer Suggs, and I've been teaching in Johnston County since 1999. I've taught over 2,000 students in grades 6 through 11, and I've promoted our choice programs to families who are interested in the opportunities they provide. It never once occurred to me that our county would dramatically alter the nature of transportation for students in these programs. When students applied to choice programs a few months ago and attended subsequent open houses, families, teachers, and program directors had no knowledge that a transportation hub may be on the horizon. None of us had any inclination that a hub model would ever be a consideration, yet here we are. When I interviewed candidates for the IB and AVID programs on March 10th, several students double-checked with me to make sure transportation would be provided. As a result of the vote on March 8th, I may have inadvertently lied to them. You see, I didn't know about the plans for the hub model until a colleague told me about them on March 12th. The only information we have even now is what was discussed when the vote was held late in the third hour of the board meeting. As the mother of 2 IB students and teacher of dozens of IB, AVID, and JoCo Teach students, I worry about the students who may lose access to their programs and their high school because a hub model won't work for them. I think of my students from my days as a middle school teacher. Will those students who made it into CTLA, ECA, AVID, IB, and JoCo Teach be able to make it to their campuses when they live many miles away and their parents' schedules won't jive with a hub model? We know the answer for many of them is no. We also know that hundreds of people are concerned. Within 4 days of your vote, Johnston County students took action by creating a change.org petition asking that the plan be dropped. That petition now has over 1,600 signatures from stakeholders who know there are better ways to solve our problems. They know it isn't feasible for families to pile their kids in the car at 5:30 in the morning to head to a hub and wait for the bus with their high schooler. It isn't feasible to ask families to head to a hub at 3:15 in the afternoon to wait for pickup. For those families who can make a hub model work, what will student supervision look like? Will we pay staff members to supervise students whose parents drop them off at the hub or pick them up late in the afternoons? There are simply too many unanswered questions. We know this model has been suggested as a means to remedy some busing issues, but the hub model creates more problems than it solves. So please hear me. Please hear us. Money matters, but our students matter more. It is simply inappropriate to remove services from our students in an effort to save money. Please find another path around these obstacles, a path that doesn't create unnecessary obstacles for students and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Mary Guzman.
Hi, my name is Mary Guzman. I am the Vice President at CTLA, and I am studying to get my Associates in Medical Assisting. If we look at this issue statistically from CTLA point of view, 97 kids out of 180 kids ride the bus, and that's only for kids who ride AM and PM. That does not include the kids who have barely begun to ride again because they can't afford gas, or the kids that have begun to ride just because, they can't get a ride or just ride occasionally. Alternative programs were provided to give an opportunity to those who want to challenge themselves to further their education. In most of these programs, the work is vigorous and the students do it for their future and the future of the world. These opportunities should not only be available to students who have parents that can drive them to a hub or to the school. It should be available to all students throughout Johnston County schools. Everyone should get an opportunity to improve their education and their futures. This bus bill will negatively affect the number of students in these programs. There has to be some alternative decision that we can turn to. I understand that this bill seems like the best option due to lack of bus drivers and rising gas prices, but it would destroy the future of many students. If these students are willing to go through these rigorous programs, then they should be provided everything they need so they can achieve the greatest success. And this includes transportation to and from school. Bring back the buses because education of Johnston County students is the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment for tonight. I just want to thank the students and teachers for coming out and expressing what you think is very valuable to you and other students, and speaking on behalf of students as well. What I can tell you is we heard you loud and clear, and I think this board is going to look at this item and make sure that we make the right decision to make sure that you guys have the opportunity to succeed in anything and everything you want to do. And money does matter, but you matter more, like Miss Suggs said. So thank you all for coming tonight, and I can assure you we'll take this up and look into this more before it goes into effect. Thank you.
Okay, let's get back to our bond issue, and we'll bring it on to a conclusion. One of the things that we have talked about is how to afford it, and the cooperation that is needed to be having between the county commissioners and the school board. And at their retreat, they had a report from Davenport, who is their auditor. And what the gist of their story was, the financial situation in Johnston County is very, very strong. We are fortunate that we are actually in a better shape than the majority of the counties in this state. Our tax base in 2019 created $86,000 per capita. 2 years later, to 2021, that same tax base creates $113,000. Currently, in their fund balance, they have an available fund balance to be appropriated of over $125 million. So the bottom line for Davenport was to the county commissioners is, if you work together to be responsible for it, we have the debt in this county. We have the ability to pay the debt to solve the issues that we are facing in both the school system, and obviously they have obligations for county government that they're concerned about also. So, we're in great shape in those terms. So if we work together and move ahead, we'll be able to accomplish what we need to accomplish. There has been some comments made in our 3-on-3 and also in their retreat about, moving boundary lines to send the kids where the seats are. Now, there's a lot more to that than, and we tried to explain it to them, and everyone needs to know the ramifications of having to deal with that issue. So most of the empty seats mostly are in eastern Johnston County. So the overcrowding is west of 95. Most of it is available seats are here. And I asked our staff to give me a proposal or a potential issue if we had to do this, if we had to go that route, what would that look like? And basically, high school moves would be like a domino effect. If you move from Clayton area, Corinth Holders area, the Cleveland High School area especially, what would happen is you moved a couple of hundred students from Clayton to Smithfield-Selma to create room, then there would be students moved from Smithfield-Selma to Princeton. And the issue you have there is, to get to those seats and not have kids ride for a long period of time from Clayton to Princeton, would be easier to, or more, I think, sensible if the eastern part of the Triple S students would go to Princeton and then the eastern part of the Clayton would come that way. So the issue there is you move the students, these schools are already at capacity. We also would be required to move mobile units. So it is not an easy process. It is an expensive process. Unfortunately for elementary school moves, we're not able to move students around that thing. So the kids will have to go directly. So for example, the Cooper Academy students, closest school for them would be, with space, is Micro Elementary School. Riverdale, Glendale Kinley. Four Oaks to South Smithfield. Cleveland to West Smithfield. Polina to West Smithfield and South Smithfield. Westview back into Dixon Road. So those are real quality of life issues that none of us want to go down that road. I don't think county commissioners nor school board nor parents want to do that. So basically, you know, we have critical needs, they have critical needs. And what we have heard in our discussions is their most critical needs is a Department of Social Services building. And if they were able to build that building, the social services, current social services, could be utilized for their government offices. And our critical needs obviously are the high school, the two elementaries, and some of the additions that are needed to be dealt with. Again, we have the capacity financially to solve their problems and our problems over time. And that's what we want to work with them to do. And we both boards have agreed that that is the road that we're traveling down. What we haven't been able to get to is a number that we as a Board of Education know from the county commissioners that they have agreed upon. And so that was one of the reasons we wanted to bring this update to you, is to let you know, one, we don't have a number yet. We don't know. But by the end of May, I think is that right? End of May, that has to be, or is it end of this month? End of April, it has to go to the LGC for approval. And so we're getting down to the, you know, final moments of what we need to know, what they need to know, the direction we are going to go. So, you know, how we deal with school facilities, they were worried about economic development. And I can assure you, and you all know this, how we deal with school facilities in the future is going to have a tremendous impact on the economic growth of Johnston County and also on the educational outcomes of our children and the quality of life for the residents. One of the facilitators at that retreat said to them, and I think we need to hear it too, is, you know, in 20 years, what will history say about our vision and choices? So we have to really think about what we're going to do, how we're going to deal with it, and what the choices we make today will greatly impact the next 10, 20 years of this county. So, you know, I agree with Fred Smith. Talk's cheap. The proof is in the pudding, what we do. All right, questions? Any additions that I might have missed in how we?
I just thank you, Mr. Carroll. I think you did a great job on that, but I just think the starting number that we've been requesting is vital, especially when it takes, we're talking about breaking it up in 3 different parts, and we've requested right at 250 million. What?
253.5.
Yeah.
And Mr. Moore, even when we do start building and constructing, it's going to take 3 years for a high school, 2 years for a middle school, and elementary school, right? So we're already behind the 8 ball. So it's vital that we get the proper number to start with, and we work together as boards to make it happen for Johnston County.
And I think the other thing that we've tried to emphasize with county commissioners, and they agree with this, they want to do the same thing we do, that we want to eliminate mobile units. And this plan, as we build schools, eliminates mobile units. And the first phase, Lynn, what was the number of mobile units? The first 253, was it 100 and some, 146?
Yeah, about 100, would remove 146 of the current mobile units.
Correct, yes.
The problem is with our growth, we're gonna keep adding them if we don't get some brick and mortar built.
And what we're trying to accomplish here, and staff has told us this, we'll never be without mobile units because of our growth. But what we're trying to accomplish is that it's going to be just a temporary thing, which is what they are designed to be. So as we provide space, and also this plan, as it eliminates, we say, well, where are the seats? Well, as we move mobile units from a school, then those kids are moved inside a building that we can secure, they can be safe in if there's any issues. Children don't have to go in and out of the weather. It was interesting today, we met with the student leaders, and I asked them about, what about your mobile units? And we don't think about this, but they all told me that, I said, how do you feel about going to mobile units? Well, I'm a junior, I'm a senior. I did it as a freshman and a sophomore. So many of our courses that are taught or pushed in to mobile units end up being entering freshmen and sophomores. And then as they get to the junior, senior level, where the courses are maybe a little more complicated, involved, have to be inside a classroom. So, that's something too, that the experience of a child coming into high school and having to go to a mobile unit for a couple of years is just not, it's not a fair process.
Well, and I would also like to say about the mobile unit piece, if you've ever been a student in a mobile unit or you have taught in a mobile unit, every time you go to the bathroom, you are experiencing the weather. When you go to the cafeteria, you are experiencing the weather. But the most important piece of that is the lack of security. And, we've spent a ton of money to make our buildings secure. You cannot provide that same security with mobile units sitting out behind a school. We have an obligation to ensure that our children have the best and the safest opportunity to learn that they possibly can. And I'd like to make a comment about redistricting. We've just heard from teachers and students about transportation issues. Let's talk about real nightmares with transportation if we do redistricting. The other piece to that is when many of our families came to Johnston County from Wake County because they did not want their children reassigned to schools outside of their neighborhood. They were tired of it. Johnston County, our commissioners and our previous boards of education, the previous boards of commissioners, previous boards of education, made a solemn commitment to our communities that we would keep neighborhood schools because it was important for that quality of life piece. So I am redistricting will also cost us on transportation. We'll lose our efficiency rating. So that's money out of our pocket as well. So those are just my thoughts off the top of my head.
And to echo that, you talk about the burden it creates, and specifically the burden it created on these kids. I mean, did you see how passionate but nervous they were? They had to come up here and speak their hearts because of a decision involving finances. And while we're talking about finances, there's people in this county, and do you, by all means, people, but there are people in this county who have made hundreds of millions of dollars developing land. And it's unfortunate that there are winners and there are losers, because the losers in this situation are the common, ordinary, everyday people that have to deal with the stress it puts on traffic, that have to deal with the overcrowded schools. So we look at, there's winners and losers, and who do you want to be the winner here? And I see people coming up, and move the kids. It sounds great. Yeah, move it where the numbers need. It sounds great till you realize the impact you actually have. But you're going to see people come up with all these innovative solutions, right? Move these kids here, stagger your start times, have 2 different classes going in, one at 7 a.m., one at 2 p.m. But your solutions come with your goal. And what is your goal if you have those innovative ideas? Your goal is to keep the county growing so people can keep making money without building the first school. That's greed. That is greed. So with solutions comes your motive equals your goal. That is greed. There's been a lot of people make a lot of money at the cost of who? And we look at who are we looking out for? People are people, and people are moving here every day. But Are you looking out for the people that are already here? Because look what is happening to our property values. A first-year teacher, first-year police officer, can they go out there and afford to buy one of the houses in this county? Absolutely not. You're a first-year teacher, you can't buy a $300,000 house. I wonder what the cheapest house is in Johnston County. A lot of people are stuck. Why? Because of this growth. We popped bottles and dropped confetti whenever Amazon came here. All this growth coming up around, but the people who are here are now suffering because of a lack of vision and parameters involving growth in this county. So what is your goal and who is suffering? And thank you.
Well, and you know, I agree. This is about students. You know, our county commissioners and our Board of Education, we need to be making decisions about students and the sound basic education that we have been given the responsibility of providing. We all know that growth is money, right? It's money, and it's generated a lot of money for the Johnston County government, and I get it. That's why we're growing. That's why all this is happening. I get that, and that's okay. But the other side of that is what responsibility comes with it, and with that is the most valued resources we have, which is our children, and that's the educational environment that we put them in to receive that education, like we heard from these young people and thousands more that don't come in here and speak to us. But we need $253.5 million bond on the 2022 election, November vote. We need that bond. We need nothing less. That's what we need. That will help us get started in this. That's a fair amount out of $720 million, but this is what we need. And we have to, we're going to advocate for it, and we're going to stand firm by that, because that's what these students deserve and need.
Mr. Carroll, thank you for the great report. Can you talk to us a little bit about the fund balance that the county commissioners are sitting on?
Well, in talking with county commissioners, it is hovering around $200 million. Exact figure, I really have not seen. This is based on talking with county commissioners. What Davenport did tell them, and county commissioners now, let's all be clear, the county commissioners have not said no. The issue is we're in this dance of, how they solve their problems, critical problems, and our critical problems. And what we've tried to make the case to them is, these are very critical issues, and if it doesn't happen in this first cycle, then we are never going to be able to get there through the next cycles. I mean, years away. Davenport said they had $127 million available fund balance to address some of these issues. Now, I'm not privy to how, they've not shared with me how they could do it or how they're going to do it. What they have shared with, I think, us in the committee is that they know it's doable. It can be done. They've not said we can't do it. What we're dealing with right now is what each of you have talked about. We're all dealing with priorities, and it is how we determine what is the major priority here. And, as I see it and as I hear it in some of these meetings, side conversations, visits with commissioners to try to gauge where we are, a critical need they have is the DSS building. And we're not here saying they shouldn't build that building. Our critical needs are these schools and these additions. And they, for the most part, have not argued that that is not needed. There is some concern about the high school part of it. I'll be honest with you about that. But the mere fact of the matter is, if they do their critical building and open up space, then they will be able to create more get so much congestion out of that courthouse complex up there. And that is a major concern. So, before we wrap it up, I want to make it very clear that, they are working with us. Our concern is we just have not had a real firm statement publicly that says we're at the 253. We hear what you're saying, and we're trying to figure a way, how do we get there? And so it's a matter of priorities. And we can do it if we prioritize correctly.
Mr. Carroll, thank you for the report and the updates from all the bond committee meetings. I appreciate everybody who served on that committee, as well as Mr. Johnston sitting in. Just a couple of things before we get to the resolution is we all have an obligation sitting around this horseshoe, and that obligation is our students and staff. And that goes to a lot more than, it's safety, but it's also giving them the opportunity to have a good learning environment. And everybody's touched on that. We're also responsible for them. So we need to make sure that we continue to try to stay ahead of this growth. But as we see, we're 5 or 6 schools behind right now. So if we cut this bond back to 100, 110, 125, how much further behind are we going to be in 2 more years before another bond is put on the ballot for the people of Johnston County, not just the commissioners, but the people of Johnston County to vote on that? And lastly, ORED. We've been dealing with ORED since 1994, and their projections have been extremely accurate on their projections of what our county is going to look like. And we cannot lose focus of that and what they are projecting us to look like in 4, 6, 8, 10 years down the road. Growth is one thing, but we got to have smart growth. We have just let the reins go, and growth has just overtaken. We can't keep up with it. If people want us to have good quality schools and for our students to excel and learn and have increased growth within our school systems, our schools across the county, we need more schools to do that. And then developing is one thing, but land is very hard to come by these days. They're not making. I hadn't seen any manufacturer out there making land. And so we have to make sure that our developers understand that they can continue to sell houses, but at some time or another, we're not going to have schools for the children to go to. So I think everybody is on the same page with this. I appreciate all the hard work that the committee has put into for this. And at this time, we have a resolution. And I'll read the resolution. The Johnston County Board of Education to adopt an adequate school facilities resolution and petition to the Johnston County Board of Commissioners for a bond referendum to provide sufficient school facilities for the district. In accordance with North Carolina General Statute, it is the duty of the Board of County Commissioners to provide adequate school buildings and funds for them to their respective Board of Education units. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to move forward with our resolution of $253 million bond.
So moved.
253.5, yes, ma'am.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Sessoms, second by Mr. Wooten. Any further questions or comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. At this time, we'll have our Swift Creek easement. Welcome.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Whitney Hosey. I'm an attorney with the law offices of Naren Wenzel, here with my client this evening, Gray Wolf Holmes. And at this point in time, what I'm going to do is, without further ado, introduce Ms. Katie McFarland, who is the VP of Land Acquisition. She's here to talk to you guys tonight about a couple of easements near the Swift Creek Middle School, which there's been some preliminary discussion on with the board, But she's here tonight to talk about those in detail, and I'm available for any legal questions that the board may have. So without further ado, I introduce Ms. Katie McFarland of Gray Wolf Homes.
Good evening. For those I haven't met, my name is Katie, as she said. So I do have two proposals for you. We are going to start with the first one, which I believe I provided copies of for you to see, to follow along. The first three easements, this first proposal, to clarify, has 4 components. The first 3 easements run along Norris Road. There is a site easement, a 2-foot right-of-way dedication, and a public storm easement. On the printouts and pictures in front of you, you will see on one of the larger sheets, it actually folds open for just for reference, the diagonal striped line that runs along the bottom, that is the property line, and I've highlighted in orange for you where those easements would extend from that property line to your carpool line at Swift Creek. For the 4th component and 4th easement on this particular proposal, there is a temporary construction easement. And if you go to the second attachment after the Norris Road easements, you will find a picture of that. And no, that's okay. Sure. Okay. Oh, sure, no problem. Yeah. Yes. So the first, I'm sorry, I mean to yell at you. The first proposal is on top. The easement exhibits are on. Yes, ma'am. Yep. So where it's highlighted in orange is that. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yes, those are the first 3 Norris Road easements. The page following that is the temporary construction easement I was referring to, and that is due to the fact that the pump station for Johnston County Public Utilities is set to be moved off of that site into the other side of the subdivision. In order to remove the components of the pump station, we do request a temporary construction easement in order to properly remove them. And we have worked with Chandra down at the Public Utilities office to ensure that not just the school board, but the public utilities and our construction management would be working cohesively to remove those properly, to not leave damage, and to restore the condition of the property after that is removed. A traffic study for further explanation for the 3 easements on Norris Road. A traffic study was completed, and NCDOT dictated that turning lane into the carpool area and into the school needed to be widened due to the increase of traffic on that road. So those are the 3 that we're requesting for the first proposal. And I'm happy to answer questions about those.
Katie, is this the original easement proposal, or is this the additional one that was submitted this morning?
So we actually took the original proposed easements that we discussed with some of you, and we split them in 2 because the governing bodies are different, and I feel like the questions that are going to be asked are going to be different, and we're not asking for the same thing for both components, if that makes sense. So 2 different sections, but a total of 4 easements. So the first component would be along Norris Road, and that consists of the site easement, the 2-foot right-of-way dedication where we would be expanding the turning lane, and then also the public storm easement. So that's where I was referring to, where you'll see the diagonal of the property line, and then it runs to where your carpool line begins. The temporary construction easement, where the pump station currently is, and that's the second page, yes. And there is a date, and it's not on the drawings, but within the easement agreement of completion of December 2024.
So your first proposal, let me get that right, is 2 feet added to the right-of-way and the storm easement, is that correct?
That's correct, yes. And then that site easement, it's a tiny triangle. It's very hard to see on the printout, but very tiny triangle on the bottom.
Brooks, are we okay with this? Have we run it by legal and make sure that we're okay here?
Because there was an update to it with the first
So to clarify the update, albeit it may have been confusing, the update was simply just splitting apart the two components of what we were asking for. So the total of what we're asking for in the scope of it is actually, it's remained the same. It's just we split them into two separate agreements to be voted on.
Council, what do we do?
Mm-hmm.
Your time frame in terms of these easements, when do you propose to, you need these easements to go back for permits, is this correct?
We need this to move forward, yes, that's correct. And we
Right,
would-
okay,
we
all right,
worked
so it's sort of time sensitive to
Yes,
you all?
it is, and we
Okay.
would love to get a resolution tonight, and I'm happy to propose the second proposal, or the second portion of it, to see if, if you have any questions on that, unless you'd like to go back and ask questions about this.
May I propose this, that we get legal to say, to clear this for us? I mean, I think that's the responsible thing for us. What I would suggest maybe is is it possible to do a phone poll of the members as soon as we get a legal, or a real quick Zoom to give them an answer as soon as possible, as soon as we get our legal people to say, to clear it?
Maura, do you have a time frame of what you think?
I think Mike was asking for a time frame on a legal opinion
Yeah, that's
of
what.
that.
Can we do it quicker than that? Time is money. So could we get maybe something, by the end of this week, next day or so? I mean, can you go home and look at it and call us back?
That's what I would recommend. It needs to be completed.
If
Well-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can we just go ahead and notice the meeting, and they meet that timeline, you think?
Well, no, because we've got to let them review this. Just as soon as Rod or Mara gets back with me, we can send out the media notice. We have to wait 48 hours.
Hold on a minute. Mara, when do you think you would call Todd tomorrow? Can we not adjourn the meeting until that time, that point, make the phone call, and then adjourn the meeting?
No, I would not recommend I would not, no, I do not think you can convene the meeting that way. I would recommend you call a special meeting. I can contact Mr. Sutton tomorrow.
Friday.
Can you do
All right,
Zoom?
Friday morning.
Okay, would it be all right if I presented the second component?
Yes,
or
second-
prefer-
second
Yeah,
is-
Okay,
we're
because I
gonna
was
let
gonna say, I
you,
can answer some questions for you.
absolutely, we're gonna let
Okay.
you present everything. We just wanted to get
Sure.
legal on that. But just to go and let you know, we will be calling a meeting once she calls me for Friday. It'll be on Zoom.
Okay, so for the second easement, does anyone have questions on the first before I move? Okay. For the second easement, we are proposing, so attached to, just to kind of give a visual, and I believe it's on your sheet, there is an existing 20-foot access easement from Norris Road that goes through your carpool lane, and off of that is an additional 20-foot access easement. There is a gate between the carpool lane and that 20-foot access. That access easement is what gives access to the pump station down the backside of the property. We are requesting, and again, if you flip to the easement, it might be a little bit better, or the exhibit might be a little bit better for a visual. On the backside of the pump station, we are asking for that piece of land that I've highlighted there to extend that access easement to touch the border of our property. When we had initially discussed this with you, we had posed this and you had expressed some concern, and we have since met with the fire marshal to helpfully address some of those concerns that you had. So I do want to describe it a little bit more for you so it's a little clear. This access easement is not an ingress or egress for the residents of the neighborhood. This would simply be used in the very rare event that something catastrophic happens on Norris Road and, emergency vehicles cannot get through to the neighborhood. When we spoke with the fire marshal, he did ensure, and it is pictured on your plans, there will be a 20-foot gate that will extend across the entirety of the easement. And the fire marshal has assured that the emergency services would be the only holder of that key for the locked gate. So we would not have people driving in and out. Also to note, because I don't believe it was discussed when we met with some of the members last time, on either side of the easement, and it is dictated on your drawings, there would be a retaining wall that would go up to the edge of the easement on one side and then an opaque fence on the other. So to address maybe some concerns of people driving around or bypassing the lock gate, that would prevent that. Also, in speaking with the fire marshal, we did review the ordinance and the code to ensure that it would be paved, it would meet the requirements of width, and also pointed out by him this could be something that was mutually beneficial if there was an emergency on the backside of the school, if it's during times of carpool and something is blocked, this also allows them the ability to get to, say, the softball fields or baseball fields on the backside. So I did want to address that with you, and I think that may have been the concerns that you guys expressed. So I wanted to make sure I described that a little bit better for you after meeting with the fire marshal. And this was a plan that he looked at and said that this would suffice for their needs for emergency access.
Any
So I'm happy to
questions?
answer further questions about that.
Board and brevity about this, and I know we mentioned it before, but are you still willing, you being Gray Wolf Homes, to install sidewalks and lighting that makes this school's campus walkable and gives it the connectability to that neighborhood? So that way, if children want to walk to school, it's safe, and that would clear up any, help with congestion in the carpool lane. It would kind of give like an old school feel. And a lot of these people moving into these neighborhoods want that ability to walk to school and walk home from school. It also kind of connects the community to the neighborhood. So would you still be, you being Gray Wolf Homes, be willing to put in sidewalks and lighting for that community and for our school?
I think that we can agree that with the growth you guys are talking about, we do want to retain the safety of the students. We want our neighborhoods to be accessible to schools, and that was our idea from the get-go, and this would allow that to occur, and I agree with you about the sidewalks. And I think if we can have the easements agreed upon, that I can go back to our engineers and have that engineered for you.
And I just think it would be kind of neat, speaking off the cuff, if like, hey, there's a baseball game or some kind of sporting event or school event, that I could walk from my house to the school, walk back, and I don't have to,
Sure.
move the car, find the parking and stuff. It really brings like a true community school
Sure.
to that area.
Mm-hmm. And there are sidewalks that are planned for this subdivision for our permits that were issued, so that should be something that should be fairly simple. But again, I would need to be able to go back and say this has been agreed upon to the engineers.
And would you be willing to sign a easement restriction, even though it would be seemingly unnecessary, but an easement restriction only using this easement for emergency service personnel in the event of a critical incident?
Sure, and that's something I can discuss with legal and with the company. I don't see why that would be problematic, and that's something we can dictate within, and that actually was something we discussed with the fire marshal. That's, we can put signs on the gate, we can put signs in that area, and HOA can dictate that as well within the restrictive covenants. So that's absolutely something we can talk about.
Because from my profession, like, your biggest fear is to need to get somewhere and not be able to get there. And if something happens that prevents emergency services from accessing that main gate, then they're going to need an alternate way in. And with the houses being built, the density of people moving in, you're going to have more incidents that require emergency services. So I think this is a responsible thing to do in the sense that we're preparing our first responders to be able to access a neighborhood. How many homes is in this neighborhood?
It would be 169.
Yeah, I mean, that's 169 lives, so we need to give them every avenue. And if this is required by our county law or whatever, if it's required, this is a responsible thing to do.
Sure, and ideally, some of the residents would be students at the school. So, we're hoping that would be something that would be a bonus in that area.
Is the key access notch box type key, or will it just be with the fire department?
It would be with, I can't answer that question exactly of how they would structure
Yeah,
that, but I know that it would not be distributed or have anyone else have access to it except for emergency services.
I'm just curious because I hadn't had this since I've been on the board before, but
Sure.
why is the access on our property?
Sure.
It's really unheard of that you would come into one of our carpool lines and come through there. I mean, is there no other place?
Unfortunately, we have explored as much as humanly possible with our engineers to try and find an alternate route, but because of the way the lot is set up, we don't have the ability to do that. And bearing in mind, I do hear that concern, but bearing in mind, this would be extenuating circumstances. I mean, there would have to be something pretty catastrophic to block Norris Road to have them go through carpool line. This would not be a regular call to the neighborhood. This would not be that. It would be in the event of them being unable to access the neighborhood.
What comes to mind, Lynn, would be something that we've experienced in Smithfield before, like a hazardous waste spill or something like that, that you're going to have to move mass people in a very quick fashion. Something like that is what comes to my mind of why you would utilize something like this.
And it would obviously not be ideal to cut through the school or the carpool line, but in the
You wouldn't be
event-
able to.
Well, if there were cars
There
that
were
were
cars there,
blocking,
you wouldn't be able to.
absolutely. And
Yeah.
same instance, I guess, was what their point was, is if there was an incident even on the school grounds, if you've got bus loop full and carpool line full, we would be able to use the neighborhood as an additional access. So I could see it going both ways, and I do understand the concern that you would have of them cutting through during carpool, but it would at least be something that would be available in the event of this perfect storm where they would have to get back there.
I do have an issue really and truly with using our carpool drop lane. One of in the county's information in terms of providing permits and requirements, I guess, for subdivisions, it says subdivisions proposing between 100 and 200 lots, the developer has the option of providing a second full-service access built to county standards for the purpose of ingress and egress or a dedicated emergency vehicle access, which is what we're talking about, correct? This emergency vehicle access is to be constructed of any all-weather surface and kept cleared at all times in case the main entrance is blocked and emergency vehicles need to access the development. That access will not be cleared at all times. In the mornings of highest traffic, it is going to be blocked up. Cars will be out on that road waiting to get in there and to turn in there. In the afternoon, same scenario. So that it will not meet the requirements for permitting. I was there yesterday for athletic events after the school. And I was there from 4 till I think it was 6:30. Cars parked all over the place, in the lanes, on the access going down to the treatment, the lift station. There were probably, I think, about 15 or 20 cars parked in that area.
Sure.
So that, that is an issue that is going to raise its head. The other thing that I would say is, and we talked about this at our meeting, this proposal was presented to the county commissioners and they did approve it. But it was stated at the end that this is not sufficient, i.e. the drop-off lane for using the drop-off lane at the school. If this is not sufficient, they do have a private easement that runs parallel to their property that can be used as a secondary access. So that tells me basically I'm reading there that you'd have another option. It may not be your ideal option, but it is an option per your representative.
Sure. So we did express, like I said, I did take your concerns that were voiced, including that one, and I did bring them to the fire marshal. Mr. Stanley did say that this would suffice for the purposes of approval, and that even though it was a carpool line, which we did discuss, that would still suffice for their requirements. This was also sent back to the planning board so that they were made aware. And then in regards to the easement that runs alongside the road, they did decline that request when we brought it up due to its proximity to the main road. So again, if there was an event on Norris Road that blocked that intersection, it would render that impossible. So in terms of approval, we did double check because we did know that was a concern, and we did get approval from Mr. Stanley. Yeah, we did express that though.
Any other questions for Katie on this proposal of the easement?
Now, Rod is not here, but has Rod expressed an opinion?
He has not had an opportunity to review what was emailed today, no.
He has reviewed the previous, we've seen this before. He's reviewed this, correct?
He reviewed one component of this before, yes.
And that is in this easement request here has been reviewed, correct?
One part of this easement request has been reviewed, yes.
All right.
Both of these components, I'm just trying to clarify because I'm not really sure what you're referring to, obviously. But both of these components were on the initial. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he is.
Yes, ma'am.
Brooks says he expressed to you as our legal advisor his recommendation on this particular easement.
So I just want to be sure. I have expressed information to the client protected by attorney-client privilege. That privilege not be waived by discussing it in open session. We can certainly talk about guidance provided by any counsel to the board in closed session, but I just don't want to risk, or the board risk waiving that privilege by discussing it in open session.
Does the board have enough information to make a decision on this particular piece of the easement tonight?
I think we do. If we, and I'm not, we're not singling Gray Wolf out, please understand. If we grant an easement to any entity other than a government agency or a county agency across the middle of school property, we open ourselves to having to do that across the county. Whenever this comes up, and if I'm a developer and Gray Wolf has an easement like this and I need it, the same thing, you don't get me, I'm gonna show it with my attorney too. And that creates a big issue for us going forward, and it's a can of worms that we do not need to go into.
And Mr. Carroll, I would say that I don't want to single Gray Wolf out either, but if a builder wants to provide access for emergency services personnel, if they want to put sidewalks down for our kids and our teachers and the community members, and they want to put the lighting to go with it, come one, come all. That's the irresponsible growth that's been plaguing this county, is letting builders come in and not put down the sidewalks and not put down the lighting and things like that. That's what's been plaguing this county for a long time, is not getting your money's worth and just rolling over to these builders. So, I mean, if they're willing to come in and invest in our school property and provide access for emergency situations only that they said they would sign an easement restriction to, I don't care what it costs them. I'm not in the business of making their money or not making their money. That's good for our kids.
We're not in the business of trying to create either sidewalks or whatever. That is their responsibility for their community that they're doing. So, their responsibility also is to find an easement that works for them. Our responsibility is to protect our school system across the county, to protect how our lanes are used, how it is approached, and this does not fit and mesh with what we should be doing.
Well, our safety for our students doesn't stop when they leave that building, and we have a responsibility to increase the quality of life. The same thing we're dinging the county commissioners on is what we're guilty of right now. We have an opportunity to get connectability, walkability, and access for our students. It's a cool thing. Like, you can walk over and you don't have to get in the carpool lane. Your kids, that's what people in Flowers Plantation have been begging for forever. And we got to learn from our mistakes in the past. This right here would be a great opportunity, and it gets something. Finally, we get something out of these builders who have been profiting. Again, no offense, that's your job, but we get something out of these builders who've been profiting by making improvements to our campuses for our employees and for our kids and families. I respectfully, I see where you're coming from, and I hope you see where I'm coming from, but, you know, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman? Hey, we're over here. All right, Mr. Chairman, at this time, if we're entertaining motions and we're not gonna wait for legal, I would like to make a motion. Yeah, go ahead, Lynn. I'm sorry, you just cut me off.
Do we need to wait for legal? I mean, I haven't, okay, am I hearing no?
I don't think we need to wait for legal, but I would prefer to wait and let him look at the whole thing and then come back to us and let us.
That's all I'm
make a
asking.
vote. I don't think we vote on one part and let the other part go. I think we wait until we get legal counsel to give us the opinion of the change.
I agree, Mr. Wooten. I think that's the prudent thing to do.
Well, I withdraw my motion.
Okay, so what I'm hearing and well,
Again, though, what's our time frame?
I think it's as soon as possible. As soon as Mara can get Rod to look at it, we need to schedule a meeting and vote.
okay.
I'm fine with
Okay.
the Zoom meeting.
Okay, well, that gives you time to go ahead and look at it, and we can go ahead and schedule that meeting tomorrow. Okay,
Can we propose that we combine them back again to what the original proposal was, since that has not changed?
I have no problem with you doing that.
We would prefer to
you
do
what?
that, yes, and
All
legal
right, you
can
make
speak
that
to that if
proposal
need
to
be.
us right now.
Yes,
All right, you're making the proposal that we combine it as one request.
correct, yes.
And
Okay.
that's already been legally reviewed.
Rod has looked at, I believe he's reviewed it last week. I can't speak to his conversations with Brooks more about his guidance. My understanding was that there was going to be a presentation with additional information today. The board can take action, but the board is not required to take action at this time.
Well, you know, I think you have, there are two issues here. There's one issue that is going to be, in my mind, you have a request that is legitimate. We've done it all across the county, and we certainly would not deny this at this particular time. There is another request that is very unusual, very unique to this position that, you know, it is going to present challenges to the whole thing. You know, I would, you know, what I would not combine them if I were you. I'm not an attorney, but you don't want to make it too complicated to move ahead.
Our goal is to hopefully have a resolution in front of the board today. If it's the board's decision that no resolution is gonna be made tonight, regardless of whether they're bifurcated or combined, then I would think that Grove Homes would be fine with bifurcating, reviewing the easements, getting them to a place where you guys are happy to make a resolution on them by Friday and moving forward. Now, that being said, because the board has had the opportunity to consult with legal counsel on the singular proposal that has been submitted, if the board is amenable to the idea of having a resolution about that this evening, then I think we would renew our request to have them put into one just for the purposes of having a decision this evening. If the board's decision is, regardless of whether they're one or two, we're not making a decision tonight, then that's well within y'all's power and authority to do. I think the purpose of combining them back was to try to get a decision this evening. If that's not what you guys are comfortable with or what you want to do, then that's sort of up to you.
I would feel more comfortable waiting till Friday. This is me personally. I've seen them at their office. However, back and forth, I want to see exactly, you know, breaking these down and consulting with legal on this a little bit more tomorrow. And I can assure you we can call a meeting tomorrow for Friday, and we can have a resolution by Friday. We just need to know, are we going to make resolutions on two different proposals, or one proposal altogether? How would you like for us to look at that and move forward?
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that we go with the original request, that it is broken up into two different decisions, because it is two very different requests.
In reality, though, in a yay or nay situation, I think we've got 5 people who want it to go to legal, so it'd be me and you voting against each other.
For tonight's purposes, it sounds like no decision's gonna be made tonight. Bifurcated is fine with us, that works.
Okay.
It may make things a little bit easier on you guys for a decision as well. If I may, just for 1 minute, speak to Mr. Carroll's concern about setting some sort of precedent for the remainder of the schools. An easement agreement is not legal precedent. You're not in front of a court, you're not in front of a judge. You guys are not bound to honor any other developer's requests if it's something that you're not comfortable with, right? By granting the easement, the permanent easement that seems to be Mr. Carroll's concern, and rightfully so, that's what y'all are here for, is to address concerns and to talk with one another and bring up items that maybe somebody just didn't think about, right? But my point is y'all should not feel bound by the decisions that you make. I mean, certainly another developer may come in here and say, well, y'all did this for Gray Wolf Homes, and the luxury of this board is that you get to say, well, yeah, but there was mitigating circumstances, and here's why their facts are different than y'all's, and we're not giving you what you want. So for the purposes of figuring out this easement, what we're asking you guys to do is look at the facts that we've presented to you for this specific instance. It may be unique, right? But that's the glory of this board, is in coming before this board and having this presentation tonight, is for us to outline those unique circumstances for you and to give you as much information as we can to help you to be able to make that decision. So I just wanted to address that right quick, and certainly appreciate y'all's time this evening. If you got any more questions, we'll be happy to answer.
I
I
appreciate.
would just say, I apologize that we didn't have our legal people here, that we could move ahead. I understand.
I appreciate Katie, I appreciate the way that you presented that. Thank you so much for the visuals that you gave us, because
Sure.
I'm so visual, but this makes it much more clear than it did to me the last time.
Sure.
Appreciate
It's
it
hard
so
to
much.
describe. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
As you well know, I'm visual when we had to go out to the site.
Yes.
So, but I can assure you that we'll be calling a special session meeting tomorrow for this to be on our agenda for Friday morning.
Okay.
It will be on Zoom. It will be open session, so you guys can view that as well. And we'll make sure that all the links are out there. Obviously, it'll be in the media as well.
Sure.
So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing us.
Dr. Bracy.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I ask that the board approve consent items numbers 1 through 4.
Entertain a motion for consent items 1 through 4.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Andrews.
Second.
Second by Mr. Wooten. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries 7-0. The next item, the software project funded by the 2021 COPS School Violence Prevention Program through the Department of Justice. Just a little bit of background. We were awarded the previously mentioned grant by the Department of Justice. The grant was written by the county's Director of Research and Grant Development through collaboration with the district's auxiliary services and safety officer in an effort to bolster security measures in our schools. S2 software allows principals and district access control personnel to provide a higher level of security for students and staff. The funds from this grant will allow JCPS to outfit the remainder of its schools and buildings with these software capabilities. This administration is excited to share that Johnston County Public Schools and buildings will be outfitted in the coming months with this software, which will be paid through the funds from the recently approved grant. The administration recommends approval of the purchase and installation contract for S2 upgrades with North Carolina Sound. This is an action item. The total cost for this S2 project is $299,813.65. This work was awarded to North Carolina Sound out of Pikeville, North Carolina, as they came in and lowest responsible bidder after going through the RFP process. Actually, this is coming from the grant, and it's just for consent because it's basically it's listed as consent. So we do not have to entertain a motion. At this time, I'll call on Dr. King.
Good afternoon, board members. Evening, I guess my grandma would get me for calling afternoon, evening. Board members, this evening we would like to share for information just some of the initial planning for our summer learning program. Just to be upfront, we want to be clear that there remains a significant amount of work for our team in terms of finalizing plans and bringing everything to fruition, but we did want to share some of that preliminary information with the board this evening so that you all would have the opportunity to know where we're going and give us any feedback that you would like to share at this point. Uh-oh. I think I might have hit the wrong button. Is this the right? All right. I think we're in the right place now. So our overall goal for summer learning this year is to provide opportunities for every student deemed below grade level on end-of-year assessments to have an enriching summer learning experience provided by highly effective instructional staff using research-based instructional materials and resources. Now, at the outset, board members, I do want to declare and establish that we are not under the same requirements for summer learning this summer as we operated under last summer. You'll remember that last summer the General Assembly passed a bill that laid out expectations for summer learning and required us to do quite a bit that was kind of outside the norm for summer learning in North Carolina. We are no longer under those restrictions, and so you will notice that what we're proposing this year will be significantly different than what was done last year. So in terms of general details, you have here the dates of operation. You'll note that elementary school students will operate in summer school from June 14th to July 7th. They will operate right now. The proposed time is 8:10 to 3:10 each day, and that will provide a total number of hours of 94.5. Now, it is important to note there that that program is being offered that extensively because we are required. One of the programs that we'll be offering in the summer for elementary students is Reading Camp, which is required by legislation and requires us to provide students with 72 hours of instruction. In order to maximize our resources and maximize particularly transportation resources, we will be running all of our elementary summer programs simultaneously so that we don't have to break it up. We don't have to have one program run at one period of time and another program run at another period of time. Obviously, that adds to the cost of transportation, and so all of our elementary programs will operate from 8:10 to 3:10, and for those total of 94.5 hours. Middle school will operate from June 14th to June 30th. They will operate each day from 9 to 2 p.m., which will give them a total of 56 hours. And again, you notice the difference there in those number of hours, and that is because the state does not place a particular requirement on us in terms of what we offer for middle school in terms of hours, as it does for Reading Camp. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So when we're going to these time slots, and we have elementary school going from 8:10 to 3:10,
right,
giving us 94.5 hours. What is the state's requirement that they attend summer school at elementary level?
72 hours for Reading Camp, 72 hours. Any other summer programs at the state level for elementary do not have requirements. But again, we wanted to combine all that so that we wouldn't have to run, frankly, a tiered program even within the elementary program, if that makes sense at all.
Because the feedback I received from the elementary schools I talked to, which is a small percentage, I know there's a lot, but the ones I speak to on the regular say that that day is incredibly too long And it kind of puts I mean, obviously, they're electing to work during the summer, but realistically, they do deserve a break in a sense. So what would it look like if we change that from a 7:30 to 1:15? I mean, how is that going to impact you?
Well, what that would mean is that we would have to extend the number of days because we would still have to get to that 72 hours of instruction. And again, that number is 72 hours of instruction, so we do have to take out any recess and any lunchtime and any other programs of that kind. So we could certainly do that. It would just mean that rather than getting things done over a period of, I believe it is 13 days, 13 and a half days, we would need to look at probably something like 17 or 18 days if we shorten the day.
So you're saying that they're there, I hadn't added up the hours, but you're saying they're there around 94 point, what did it say?
94.5.
94.5 hours, but the actual time of instruction is around 72.
Right.
Okay, just because
lunch,
of lunch.
recess, breaks, restrooms, all those kinds of things. So, and I want to be, very clear, Mr. Johnson. We certainly looked at that, and from our perspective, the question we ask is, would folk rather do this do long days for a short period of time, or do short days for a long period of time? So it's a half a dozen, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Really, is the choice. Yeah. High school, June 14th to June 30th. Their time is 7:15 a.m. to 12:15 p.m. And again, total hours for high school doesn't really calculate in the same way because most of that work will be credit recovery work, and there is no requirement in terms of hours there. June 14th to June 30th, I believe was the right number there. Yes, ma'am. And I would say this, high school will be a little bit more self-driven. So there'll be students in our high school program who'll start on a credit recovery program on June 14th and will spend the next 5 or 6 days doing nothing but that, and they'll be finished in a week, and when they're finished in a week, they'll be done because that'll be all they're required to do.
In our high school now, we do not do, what's the word? We're doing mainly credit recovery.
We're doing mainly credit recovery.
Regaining credit.
Right.
Not.
But we will do some credit enhancement depending on what students ask for, but all of it will be.
That's the word I was trying to come up with.
For the most part, it will be online and student driven. So these are our sites. This year we are rather than offering programs at all of our elementary schools, we are employing a process where we've identified, I believe, 9 elementary sites and assigned our students from other schools to those sites. And as you can see there, these are the assignments that have been made. Now, one of the things that is important to note about this process is that we've done this because it optimizes, again, resources as it relates to transportation, and also provides us with the opportunity to take advantage of our free lunch program, free lunch feedings. This allows us to have all of our students in locations where they can get free, I believe, breakfast and lunch each day, based on programming that is available in those sites. So again, students on the right side would be transported from their schools to schools on the left side. Yes, sir, Ms. Johnson.
No, I'm the sharpest knife in the drawer until I'm not, so I'm struggling with this. Whenever you go to the 94.5 hours, I'm trying to go back a couple slides here. Mm-hmm. When you go back to the 94.5 hours, you said 72 was the minimum for the state, right?
Right, for reading camp.
I'm trying to wrap my head. Why wouldn't we just reduce it to the 72 to make the 8 to 310 work?
So 72 is the instructional time. That doesn't count PE. That doesn't count recess. That doesn't count lunchtime. That doesn't count anything that students aren't doing that is not direct instruction time. So we have to do 72 hours of direct instruction plus, about an hour hour and 15 minutes every day of, you know, additional miscellaneous things, again, like lunch and recess for the kids.
Have we historically done enhancements and elective classes in summer school, or is that something that just came along within the past year or two?
So
We're not doing it
last
this
year,
we did last year. We're
we
not
did
doing it
last
this
year.
year. But it's sort of like, and I don't know, the people in this room know, you know, in the past, you had to justify a 5.5-hour instructional day. Do we still have to do that as a school system? You know, and you think about, well, kids have 5.5-hour instructional day. Well, kids in school a whole lot more than 5.5 hours, but it's because you got to take lunch out, you got to take out in between classes out, you got to take recess out. And so as a school system, you're required to have so many instructional hours. And I think that's what we're talking about here.
Right. I mean, and forgive me for trying to think out loud, but is there any way we could have a quote-unquote working lunch for these kids and then kind of maybe shorten the day? Is there anything that we can do like that? I mean, I realize everybody needs a break, but, you know, I just think that 8 to 3:10 those days is a very long day. I mean, is there anything you can do to make it work?
Other than extend the time, I wouldn't imagine that we could.
It's no longer than their normal school day today, right?
And in fact, probably a wee bit shorter.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about normal. It's about normal. And again, we would be willing to consider, you know, extending it. But you know, as it sits now, folks get to kind of the 4th of July holiday, and they're just about done, and then they have the rest of their summer. Extending it, we'll be looking at, you know, mid-July. I mean, I think.
I'm not certainly not saying we extend it. I'm just thinking, is there any way to cut out recess and maybe have a working lunch to kind of get the teachers out of there earlier?
No, sir. I don't think teachers would want to be in school with kids for 5 hours without giving them a chance to go outside and burn off some steam, particularly in the summer when it's going to be sunny and bright, and that probably would not be optimal.
Well,
I continue to have. But I get it.
And that age level, I mean, children, I mean, if you're going to learn, give them an effective learning environment, they have to have those breaks. Their little brains need that.
Yeah. And I would add, in some instances, particularly students who will be in the state required reading camp, they will be focused on the same content all day. So it'll be reading all day. They're going to have some breaks, or it's going to be lots of fun for teachers. 13 and a half, I think, is the right number. Is it 13 and a half, Dr. Williams? Yeah, 13 and a half. So, I'm sorry. June 14th to July 7th. No Fridays, and no Fridays. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. No Fridays and no school on July 4th.
Okay, yeah,
right.
I'm with you now.
Yes, ma'am. My apologies. I probably should have specified that. So, in terms of what we're going to be doing at the elementary level, we have identified what will be essentially 3 pathways. The first one is what you would have thought of before as kind of a traditional summer school. That will be grade 2 students, grade 3 students, grade 2 students who are below grade level on the end of year MAP and K2 math summative. Those would be our target students there. Grade 3 students who do not pass the math end of grade test, and grade 4 and 5 students who do not pass the EOGs. Now, in this place, we want you to think about this in terms of trying to provide opportunities for students to make up for what we've been talking about since the start of the pandemic as learning loss. Those students will focus on reading, writing, math, and or science. And of course, those students will only receive remediation in areas that they need it, receive a daily 90-minute science lesson from Moorhead Planetarium, and we'll talk about that a little bit later in the presentation. The next pathway is the Read to Achieve Reading Camp. As you all will remember, that is something that we are required to do by legislation in the state of North Carolina, and it will be focused on students in grades 2 and 3 who have demonstrated difficulty with reading development, and third graders who have not established reading proficiency. Those students will be focused on reading and writing, and as we've been discussing, those students are required by legislation to have 72 hours of instruction. That instruction also includes volunteer mentors to read with students outside of those 72 hours, and so that is where we spend some of that additional time. And then the final pathway is a new program, the Summer Bridge Academy. Now, some weeks ago, actually a couple of meetings ago, board members, we came in and talked about the fact that we were seeing some of our students who were experiencing pretty significant learning loss, particularly our youngest students in grades 2 and 3. And we talked about double dosing those students for the rest of the school year, so we asked you to buy some materials. You remember that at that time I told you about we were going to try to find some additional ways to try to address those learning issues in some of our other students. And this is one of the ways that we're doing it. So this year, we are taking advantage of a new program that the state of North Carolina is providing called Summer Bridge Academy. And we are going to be inviting students currently in grades kindergarten and first grade, who are exhibiting to us that they need some additional help in terms of their reading and literacy development. Those students will focus primarily in reading and writing and some in math. That program does require that students have a minimum of 50 hours of instructional program, and at least 25 of those hours would need to be acceleration. And again, this is another area where our students will actually end up getting even more than is at the minimum, because they will be at school for that full day period. As I mentioned, this year we will be taking advantage of the state's new program called Summer Bridge Academy. That is a program that the state has funded with state-level ESSER funds. And its program is intended to fund high-quality, evidence-based, in-person learning enrichment summer programs for students who are deemed at risk by PSUs, and particularly students who have experienced some learning loss due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So we're very excited to have the opportunity to use that. So I hope what you see here is that we're taking advantage of a number of different funding sources to put together an opportunity for virtually every student at grades K through 5 who are experiencing learning loss to have an opportunity to have a high-quality learning environment and a learning experience over this summer. One of the additional things that I did want to share with you very quickly is that we're really excited about a new partnership that we're going to be bringing to our students over the course of this summer, and that is a partnership with Moorhead Planetarium. Unfortunately, our representatives from Moorhead Planetarium weren't able to be here tonight, so they have entrusted me with sharing just briefly a little bit about what they're going to be doing with our students. Our students will be participating in what they call GSK Science in the Summer. It's a program that, again, is funded by GlaxoSmithKline, I believe is their name, and they provide some funding for Moorhead Planetarium to offer these experiences for students across the summer. So their particular mission statement is to serve North Carolina beyond bringing together the unique resources of UNC to gauge the public for an improved understanding of science, technology, and health. Their program goals are to serve students of historically excluded and marginalized communities, enhance K-12 science education and community engagement in science, increase engagement in science, math, and reading, and to spark a lifelong love of science and interest in the STEM careers. Moorhead Planetarium will partner with Johnston County Public Schools to hire and train Johnston County teachers to lead camp sessions with rising 2nd through 5th grade students and provide camp materials for 800 students. Some of the areas of focus for this program will be, and some of the things that they've done in the past: astronomy, For instance, lessons around lava layers on the moon. And as you can see there, some of the comments that some of their staff, some of their former campers have mentioned there. It was fun to make comparisons to other things in the world. Another one of their modules is the human body, make up your mind. And as you see, there's some positive comments from parents. And also one of their other modules has been sports, bouncing bodies. And so these are just some of the previous topics and comments from parents who have had the opportunity to participate in these programs in the past. Program benefits are to provide opportunities to expose our students to science and STEM through fun and relevant experiences, reinforce science process skills that are learned in school, provide content, materials, and subject at no cost to partners and participants, and reduce barriers to educational equity for students. It's important to note, again, that we will have the opportunity to have all of these resources and this program at no additional cost to Johnston County Public Schools. So this is a really exciting partnership that we hope to establish and maintain with Moorhead Planetarium out of the University of North Carolina. I thought I'd throw that in for you, Mr. Carroll. All right. Middle school sites, again, we are doing the same approach with middle school in terms of our sites. Again, trying to focus on opportunities to provide free lunches for our students, so we will be moving students around to some different sites in order to make sure that all of our students have access to the free lunches and meals. Summer school for middle schoolers will have essentially 2 pathways.
May I?
Yes.
Excuse me, may I ask a question about the Moorhead thing?
Yes, sir.
Will these students have an opportunity to visit Chapel Hill, the planetarium?
Not this time, but I'm working on some things, Mr. Carroll. One of the things that Moorhead Planetarium does do is they do have a traveling planetarium, and we are hoping, Dr. Bracey and I brought that to Northampton County. We're working real hard to have them bring that down here for our students, but at this time, I don't think this program will offer them an opportunity to take a trip during this summer. But hopefully in the future, we'll be expanding our partnership to do some additional things.
What an experience for these students if they were able to travel to that planetarium and experience that.
Absolutely.
On an absolutely wonderful, gorgeous college campus.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
With an outstanding basketball team, football program.
Yes, sir. I concur 100%. And we will work towards that. Our middle school program will have 2 pathways. The first is, again, just a traditional middle school program focused on students in grades 6 through 8 who did not pass the end of grade test in ELA, math, and or science. Those students will be focused on ELA, math, and science, and those students will receive, again, about 210 minutes of daily instruction. Again, important to remember that the state does not have a minimum number of hour requirements for middle school students in summer school. So that accounts for the difference that what you see in terms of what elementary school will be doing. Then the other program, the other kind of approach that we'll be using is another new program offered by the state, which is the Career Accelerator program. And I'll speak more specifically about that in just a few minutes. But it will offer students an opportunity to know, experience, and plan for life after high school. Rising in 6th through 8th grade students will have the opportunity to engage in career investigations. Rising 8th through 9th grade students will participate in a program called Startup High. And rising 8th through 9th graders will also have active access to Rev Up with CTE camps. Again, this program will operate from June 13th to June 30th, Monday through Thursday, for 5 hours with lunch, and times do vary for the Summer Career Accelerator programs. High school sites, we will be offering our program at all high schools, but again, I would remind you, most of our high school students will be doing their work through summer credit recovery. High school, again, has 3 pathways. credit recovery, which we've talked about, and you all understand what that is. Students who have unfortunately not passed a course need to go back and shore up their understanding and their learning. We'll provide them with that opportunity. We will do some limited transcript enhancement, and that will be students who want to take certain courses in the summer in order to enhance what's on their transcript or make up for something they may have missed the opportunity to take. That will be somewhat limited, but will be primarily based on student need. And then students in high school will also be able to participate in the Career Accelerator programs. And I won't go through all that, but you see the programs that will be offered there through the Summer Career Accelerator programs. So we will have, again, start up high, and we do have some folks here from our CTE department that can explain and answer any questions that you may have about that. Rev up with CTE camps, so those are CTE camps that we have traditionally offered that we're going to be able to offer again for students this summer. Leaders at Work, and CTE internship opportunities. I'm going to invite Reno Palambit, who is our director of CTE, to come up and provide you with just a little bit of information about that.
Yeah, so the Rev Up with CTE camps are going to be kind of aligned to the programs and pathways that we offer at the different schools. The intention is that it's a hands-on opportunity for students to experience some of the knowledge and skills that they learn by continuing on in the pathway. So it increases that awareness of the different CTE opportunities that they can take advantage of. So it's available for rising 8th graders and 9th graders. So just to give them a better idea. So it would include agricultural, automotive, carpentry potentially. So we're looking to still kind of see what we can get in terms of recruitment from teachers, but it would be kind of in the shops, in the labs, in the classrooms of our CTE programs. So if I'm allowed in my story, I'm going to the high school. Correct. I'll be involved in the high school pathway? Yes, 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 yes. Yep. Normally when you think about summer learning, you go to where the school you came, the grade you came from. Right. Now we would be pushing them into the 9th grade. Right, yeah, and the idea is that kind of, right, and that accelerator component. So rather than kind of remediation, we're really looking at like putting them in the environment and then like having them, develop those skills with the supports around them, so.
Is a CTE staff, how many months employment are they?
They vary, so most of our CTE staff are 10-month, but all of our agricultural high school staff are 12-month, and we do have some 11-month position as well.
Okay.
And we do some extended employment for some other positions, so it varies.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And so, board members, we were just a little bit of information about the Summer Career Accelerator. It is the second program that the state has initiated this year, and the way to think about this is, as I started this presentation, I talked about all of the kind of requirements that the state placed on us last year in terms of summer learning. Well, this year, basically what they did was, rather than place those requirements on everyone, they offered these two new opportunities for counties to opt into, right, that would allow us to continue to offer sort of enhancement type programs for students if we so desired and if we felt like it was going to be helpful to our school system. What is important to remember is that both Summer Bridge and Summer Career Accelerator, both are new PRC codes, and so they come with funds, again, federal ESSER funds that are coming from the state. Not the funds that you're thinking about, Mr. Carroll, separate set of ESSER funds, so I won't be touching your funds. And so I told you were going to be happy with me when we talked about this. That's exactly why. So those are a different set of ESSER funds than the ones that you are speaking of. But we're really excited about the Summer Career Accelerator, and the reason that we're excited about it is what you see on this slide. These are all of the community partners that will be working with our students in Summer Career Accelerator programs. And as you can see, our community has really stepped up. The work community has really stepped up and offered to support our students this summer, and we're excited about what this is going to mean in terms of our students having the opportunity to have a very varied opportunity to have access to real kind of work-life experiences and learn more about careers, and prepare them for their time after school. So we're excited about this program. I hope what you've noticed is that we have really worked hard to offer a really robust program for all of our students this summer. We're really excited about the work that is to come, and we feel like we're going to have an awesome opportunity for our students this summer, both to have real-world experiences and for some of our students to continue to hopefully make progress in terms of making up for some of that learning loss that they experienced during the COVID-19 pandemic. Be glad to answer any additional questions that you might have about our summer learning program.
Dr. King, I do have a question. I know last year with COVID and all the learning loss that was taking place, it was a big push to get our elementary students into summer school. Do you feel like we're going to be able to get the students that need targeting? Will we be able to get them here this year? It's a totally different circumstance.
Yeah, I agree. We're certainly going to work as hard as we can at it. You know, one of the things that I've been saying to my staff is that I do think we may need to have a somewhat realistic expectation. I mean, I think most parents at the end of last school year, their students had, you know, a pretty modified school year, and so there were lots of folks who were, I think, probably were more eager to send their students to summer learning than might be the case this year. I think because most parents, you know, fortunately, we've been able to have a more traditional school year. So I think there'll be, you know, some drop off. I do not anticipate that we'll be able to get the number of students in the summer learning that we had last summer. Last summer, I think we were in the area of 7,300 students all total. I do not anticipate that we'll be working with a number like that this summer. But we will certainly work hard at it. We've already begun working with our principals in terms of laying out our plans for how we'll be communicating information to our parents about what is available, and we're certainly going to make a good effort to get as many of them here as we can.
I think the second part of that, and obviously with instructors as well, you know, getting the teachers to be able to come out and actually, would there be incentives? I know we offered that quite a bit from ESSER funds last year. Would incentives be offered again this summer?
So we will be, and I don't want to steal Mr. Britt's thunder, but he'll be talking with you all a little bit later tonight about the pay structure. We are, and Mr. Britt, forgive me, we are kind of staying with generally with the pay structure that we used last summer. So certainly enhanced opportunities for our staff to make a good deal of money. Obviously not quite as much as last summer because last summer's program was so much more extensive in terms of the number of hours that people had the opportunity to work. Any other questions?
Thank you, Dr. King, for that informative overview of summer learning.
Mr. Sutton, I'm waiting on one of your patented breaks about now. I was hoping for one. I'm gonna muddle on. Board members, the next few items actually are additional items referencing summer learning, but these items speak to the instructional programs that we're going to be using, and we're asking for your support. The first one is Do the Math. We've spoken about this before. Do the Math is currently being used as an intervention program in Johnston County Public Schools. Do the Math lessons are designed to build numerical reasoning and confidence. CIA would like to continue its use during our summer learning program, and so we are asking for approval to purchase 4 additional kits for summer use at a cost of $29,109.74. This would be made using ESSER funds initially set out for summer learning last year.
This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Andrews, second by Mr. Byrd. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, board members. Summer Learning Ready to Rise. Ready to Rise is a literacy program produced by Wilson Language Training Corporation. This is the same program that offers foundations, and as you guys know, we use foundations. You'll remember earlier in the year we came to you and asked you for the opportunity to purchase additional foundations materials so that we could double dose our students in grades 2 and 3. And we talked about having a plan for what we would do with our younger students. Ready to Rise is that program. We would like to purchase Ready to Rise kits, and we're asking for permission to purchase materials for up to 65 classrooms at a cost not to exceed $35,000 for the Ready to Rise literacy program from Wilson Language.
This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Andrews.
Second.
Second by Ms. Sessoms. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, board members. Summer Learning Lit Camp Plus. Lit Camp Plus is a relatively new literacy program that includes several components collectively designed to make reading, writing, and social emotional learning fun and engaging in a summer camp type environment. Lessons are framed around the 7 key strengths that build social emotional learning skills and prepare children for challenges that they will encounter in their educational lives, careers, and communities. This program is based on 3 pillars. Those pillars are literacy skills, social emotional development, and engagement. In order to support our summer learning program, CIA would like to request approval to purchase up to 135 kits and professional development for summer learning teachers at a cost not to exceed $200,000 for Lit Camp Plus.
I entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Andrews, second by Mr. Johnston. Any questions or comments?
Would the purchase of kits, and I really meant to ask it for the previous one, would the purchase of kits be determined by the number of students that you secure in summer learning?
And that's why we're asking for up to. Yes, ma'am. Right.
You'll make a determination first on how many kids you have and then how many kits you need.
I would say a projection more so than a determination.
Right, because you obviously, you got to order them before you're going to know.
Exactly.
And just because we had a phenomenal lunch with some phenomenal student leaders today, is all of this face-to-face instruction with no technology?
All of this is elementary.
Okay, so we're not using technology in this.
Well, I don't want to suggest that we aren't using technology. We aren't going to be remote, and we aren't going to be putting kids in front of computers to sit. But, any of these programs will have, there'll be opportunities to work with technology through these programs in the ways that it's designed to work with technology.
Are not most of these programs scripted programs,
Yes,
which would
ma'am.
be
Most
the
of
teacher is the instructor, though? Okay, that's our point.
Yes.
Let's get the Chromebooks out from in front of them and work with them.
Yes,
We
sir.
actually talked about confiscating them for the first month of school to encourage engagement between the student and the teacher.
Oh, my. We'll let that one slide right by, Mr. Carroll.
You
Any
should've
other
heard the
questions?
students.
Yeah. Any other questions? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, board members. And finally, Summer Learning Generation Genius. Generation Genius is a K-8 teaching resource that brings school science standards to life through fun and educational videos paired with lesson plans, activities, quizzes, reading material, and more. These videos, produced in partnership with the National Science Teaching Association, are aligned to standards in all 50 states. Currently, JCPS uses Discovery Education for Mastery Science. Generation Genius will replace Discovery Education in this regard. We are asking approval tonight to purchase 35 site licenses for Generation Genius at a cost not to exceed $35,000.
I entertain a motion.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Carroll, second by Mr. Wooten. Any questions?
35 sites, summer school's over. What are we doing with these?
We'll continue to use them.
Use them in our schools?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Dr. King.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Moore. We'll take a 3-minute break while you fix the batteries.
now have two items to present to you. My first one is regarding the sale of a small portion of the Cooper Academy school site. The portion was declared surplus and was advertised for sale following the county's decision to decline purchase of it. The original offer of $16,500 from Academy Point LLC remained the highest offer. Recommendation is for the board to consider approving the linked resolution for sale of the property to Academy Point LLC for $16,500 and to approve the linked sales contract.
Entertain a motion to approve this contract and with Academy Point LLC for $16,500.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Wooten,
Second.
second by Mr. Byrd. Any questions or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thanks. And my second item is for the purchase of vehicles. So through the North Carolina Sheriff's Association procurement program of government vehicles, we have the opportunity to purchase 3 new trucks. These trucks will replace some of our oldest facility services vehicles that are currently in need of major repairs and have well over 300,000 miles on them. Because of the limited supply of not only vehicles but government contract purchasable vehicles, it is imperative and more prudent that we take this opportunity to replace the vehicles. Each one will come with service beds, backup cameras, which will improve the safety of our staff and reduce the risk for accidents. Request is for the board to consider approving the purchase of these 3 trucks from Deacon Jones Auto Park for a total of $136,504. The funding source for this is capital outlay.
Entertain a motion to purchase these 3 vehicles from Deacon Jones for $136,504. That'd been a great price.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Mr. Johnston. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, question, you got a question? Okay.
Yes, sir.
We're meeting all legal obligations to make these purchases.
I would have to defer to council. Yes. Yes.
Happy to review those.
They're attached. Yes, sir. And it's through the government cooperative purchasing program.
Okay.
So,
Any other questions? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Good evening again, board members. The first item on behalf of the superintendent are some superintendent's recommendations, some personnel recommendations for you. There are 3 assistant principal recommendations. They will receive a 2-year contract. Rhonda Langston for Meadow School, Laura Strickland Pine Level Elementary, and Christy Washington Benson Middle. And then also a central administrator recommendation for a 2-year contract, Ms. Anna Rusconi, Curriculum and Instruction Officer.
I'll entertain a motion for these personnel recommendations by Dr. Bracy.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Carroll, second by Mr. Wooten. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. The second item is the proposed 2022-2023 traditional calendar. As you know, we have a calendar committee that we meet each year. This committee consists of a variety of stakeholders from the school system, students, parents, staff members, both classified and certified. We reviewed 22 possible sample calendars. We identified 3 sample calendars that we placed on our website, and we received feedback from a survey. And you'll see in just a moment we had over 3,000 responses to that, which led us to our proposal for you this evening. But as a reminder, I'd like to remind everyone that there are certain legal requirements that we must follow when creating a school calendar. Everyone on the committee would love to start school earlier and end the semester break, first semester break, prior to the Christmas holiday. Everyone would love to do that. However, given the legal requirements that we must follow, that is very, very challenging to do, especially with this year's calendar. But before we get into this year's calendar, just a reminder, we have to have at least 185 student days or 1,025 hours of instruction. We will follow the 1,025 hours of instruction requirement. We have to have at least 215 days built into our calendar. The opening date for students can be no earlier than the Monday closest to August 29th. For next school year, that day is Monday, August 26th. For next year, that date is Monday, August 29th. So you can see already, because of the legal requirements that we must follow, we cannot start school for students earlier than August 29th. So right at the end of August is when we're going to have to start school for students next year. It already makes that first semester much shorter if we were even trying to end the first semester prior to Christmas break. The closing date for students can be no later than the Friday closest to June 11th. For next school year, that would be Friday, June 9th. Well, I thought this was working a moment ago. Pointed that way? All right. You have to have 11 holidays in the calendar, and Veterans Day must be designated as a holiday. And then 10 annual leave days must also be built into the calendar. So when you have those holidays, annual leave days, student days, work days, it all must total 215. At least 2 of the teacher work days have to be optional, meaning all the others could be required if that was what we wanted to do. We also have to have a plan to make up days for inclement weather, and you will see we have that in our proposal. All right, Ms. Cynthia, I'm pointing it this way now. There we go. All right, so we put the 3 samples out there, over 3,000 responses we received. And that doesn't necessarily mean that there were just 3,000 individuals. Some people responded as a group of individuals, so like a first grade team or a group of parents. So we feel like the response was well beyond 3,000. But you can see about 6% were students, 56% parents, 36% employees who responded. These are the grade levels that were represented, so it's fairly evenly distributed. And then you can see more than 50% selected sample B as their favorite. So the calendar committee came back, we used sample B, and we made some tweaks based on all of the input that individuals shared in the survey. And we come to the calendar that is before you today, and I will highlight just a few things for you. It has 176 student days, which certainly exceeds the hours requirement. There are 90 days in the first semester, student days, 86 days in the second semester. Again, I wanted to share with you that there were several on the calendar committee we would have loved to have ended the first semester prior to Christmas break, but this was a very, very challenging calendar to make that happen. And you would have seen a great imbalance between the number of days in the first semester and the second semester if we would have even attempted to do that. I'll be glad to answer any questions you have about this calendar, but it is presented to you for your approval this evening.
Mr. Vetrano, I have major heartburn about this calendar.
Okay.
I have a rising senior next year, and she's expressed great concern about this calendar to me up to and including today. Mr. Hawks is doing great things at North Johnston High School. One of those things is a chemistry class that he wants to have for 2 semesters, and it's trying to get AP to North Johnston and things of that nature. This calendar would greatly affect what he's trying to do for those students who are trying to gain some AP courses. Secondly, how is this going to affect the CCP classes that our students are taking? I have some people that I do know on the calendar committee, and they express great concern of the first semester going past Christmas break. You know, it's one thing for me not to like it, but when your own child is lobbying against it, it's kind of hard not to listen to her. And she's not the only one of a high school student that does not like this calendar.
Mm-hmm. So I appreciate that. And again, I feel certain that every single person on the calendar committee would agree with me in saying that this is not their ideal calendar. Their ideal calendar would mean that we're not limited by what the general statute tells us we're limited by. We would love to start school earlier, earlier than August 29th. But we talked at length, and I'll be glad to defer to Dr. King or Ms. Leathers about your questions about how this might impact students, especially high school, with ending the first semester, because those are things that we talked about at length. I will say in the end that the committee agreed that given the limitations before us, they feel this is the best calendar that we could put before this board. Is it ideal? No. Ideal would mean we didn't have the limitations of starting school when we have to start school.
I think your argument is to the General Assembly.
It absolutely
That's
is.
where you need, that's where your because we cannot have, if we stop before Christmas, we would have 72 days in our first semester. We cannot do that. That is 18 school days that you're saying, well, whatever your course is in first semester, you just don't get those days. We can't do that.
How many do we have in first semester this year?
We have 90.
No. This school year we're in right now, how many were in the first semester?
I do not have that.
How many?
77.
So how many's in the second semester?
Much more than that.
Right. So we're not. If we looked at a calendar, we're not much different than what we are currently in right now. I get we need to talk to the General Assembly, but also, how is this going to affect the ones that have to take what exams in May? The state, the how does it affect the AP exam? The one that it's like the 1st of May. So we're starting second semester the 1st of February. They're crunching it in for a couple of months and then having to take that exam. Which, if you give them, if we stop at the end before Christmas, they have more time to prepare for that and gain more knowledge before that exam's in May, right?
So as high school, this was going to be a challenge, and so we came to an agreement that it would be 4 options. One, they were offered in the fall semester, they would have spring review sessions. 2, they would have AB schedule, so they would have the AB class year long. 3, they would have a lead-in course in the fall for the spring AP. So for instance, you would have biology 2 in the fall, and then AP biology in the spring. Or 4, if they had it in the spring semester, they would have to develop a plan where they had all the standards completed by the time the exam happened. So we did discuss that as high school principals.
And we have high school principals who serve on this committee. You had Mr. Weaver, Mr. David Allen. I may have missed some. Okay, we have middle school principals, we have elementary principals, we had high school students. You heard from one earlier. She was vocal in our meetings. So
my point is this. It's no different than what we're currently in for our first semester versus what we're looking at for next year.
A little bit different because you're starting school even later.
5 days, okay. if the board can do what they want, but I'm not voting for this. I would recommend going back to the calendar committee and trying to do something else. I cannot vote on this and approve it tonight, but the rest of the board can. We'll entertain that, but I just do not feel comfortable.
How did the high school principals feel about the solutions that y'all talked about? Is it site-based?
Oh, no, that was collaborative.
Okay.
Right? So we all are on the same page. It'll be one of those 4 options.
Do the high school principals understand the situation that we're in?
100%.
What I mean is that the difficulty with trying to stop at Christmas.
Yeah, they know firsthand, because when you think about first semester this year, like, their teachers were stressed because how can they finish all of the standards, make sure that they have a review before the final exam, and have the students prepared. So it was difficult for their teachers. So some curriculum, like, we stopped right at it and didn't have a review before the final exam because we just didn't have enough days to cover everything that needed to be covered.
The other thing I wanted to share is your 2 largest school districts in the state of North Carolina in their semester when ours is looking to end. So Wake County and Charlotte Meck, their calendars that have been approved for next year, in fact, we looked at them, they go into January with their first semester ending. So again, ideally, we would love not to have these limitations on us, and we would love to start school earlier and end the first semester prior to Christmas break with a nice balance of student days first semester, second semester. But the calendar committee, and it is a committee, please know, I do not stand up there and push my agenda. I tell them I just facilitate the conversation. It is your committee just as much as it is my committee. The committee did not even put, and we talked about this as well, we did not even put one of these sample calendars out there for people to view that had an option of the first semester ending in December because of the strong feelings about the fact of there being such an imbalance and how there's just concern about that in our school system. And you look at the last few years, we've had the semester ending prior to Christmas break. And has that served us well? Has it met all the goals we wanted to meet doing that? And I think that depending on who you speak with, you'll get different answers.
Maybe I've had high school teachers reach out to me, as well as some people that are on the calendar committee I've met with, and they were highly upset about this calendar, and they were wanting to see options of something better than this as far as closing at Christmas break. I mean, these people on the calendar committee.
Well, it goes back to legislatures. We put revenue in front of education, so that turns out to be more important than let's just work education around how we can make the most revenue, and the kids are suffering for it.
And here's what I would say to that, Mr. Sutton. If individuals on the calendar committee felt strongly enough to go to a board member and talk about their dislike of this calendar, they should have felt strong enough to speak up in a calendar committee and voice their concerns.
I was told they did, but again, some of them are family, so they probably felt more comfortable coming to me too. But if this board wants to move forward with this calendar, that's the pleasure of the board. But I can't vote for it.
I understand. And I appreciate the feedback.
Noting the restrictions that we're under by the North Carolina legislature, I make a motion we approve the calendar.
We have a motion to approve the calendar. I'll entertain a second.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. No. Motion carries 5-2.
All right, thank you much. The second item, another calendar, it's the early college CTLA. On behalf of the principals there, Mr. Daniels and Ms. Singleton, you are presented with a calendar for their 2 schools. This calendar aligns with somewhat with the community college. These 2 schools have a waiver that allows them to start and end on different dates than required by law, which is what we love for all of our schools. But they have worked with their schools and their communities to present this calendar to you for approval. This calendar has 178 student days. It has 215 days, which is required. I'll be glad to answer any questions about this calendar.
For clarity, this just completely aligns Johnston Community College's calendar with the kids who attend classes there. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say it's identical to their calendar, but it aligns in the sense that it does help students who are taking both JCPS classes and JCC classes, but I don't think it's identical to the JCC calendar.
What about the JCC spring break and the school spring break? Do we align that, or we probably not?
I think it is.
It's aligned.
Yeah.
Right.
It has to because of the professors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it has to.
Because campus has to be open.
This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Sessom, second by Mr. Johnston. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries 7-0.
The next item is the revised current calendar that we're all following, the 21-22 traditional calendar. As you know, there were 2 inclement weather days that caused us to have work days, January 21st and 24th. Those have been reflected on this calendar, but the big reason we wanted to bring this back to you is to facilitate EOG retesting. We are redesignating an optional workday on June 6th to be a required school workday. That will allow principals to have the staff at their sites that day to ensure that retesting can be successful.
Entertain a motion for the calendar revisions. Motion by Mr. Johnson,
Second.
second by Ms. Andrews. Any questions or comments?
Graduation remains the same.
Yes, sir.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Vetrano.
One more item, sir. Sorry.
Yes.
And I appreciate you all adding it. It was the TPG Cultural Exchange program. As you know, we've come before this board and you've approved us to partner with other organizations that allow us to recruit and have in place international exchange teachers. We are trying to look at all resources to put the most qualified individuals in our schools. And this is another company that offers school system services such as the international teachers. And so we are in the process of legal counsel working with reviewing the services agreement. And our recommendation is that the board approve the services agreement subject to minor changes acceptable to the superintendent and attorney. And we're recommending that so that we can go ahead and start working and meet timelines with these organizations, because you have to start early when you're recruiting for international faculty.
This is an action item. I entertain a motion.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Johnson, second by Mr. Wooten. Any questions or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, board members.
Do y'all remember who represented the bill that was in the General Assembly about flexibility on school start times? Wasn't that one that floated around there at one time? Nothing ever became of that. Do what?
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Britt.
All right. Good evening, board members, Dr. Bracy. Tonight, for your consideration, I have 2 items for your consideration and approval. I will do my best to stay within my 90-minute allotted time tonight, so I appreciate your Okay, well, maybe we'll do the Cliff Notes version then. We'll do that. So my first item for your consideration is budget amendment number 3. The big takeaway from this budget amendment is the additional $3.2 million of funding that we received from the state that corresponds to our unexpected growth. And by unexpected, I mean that DPI did not project that we would grow our actual enrollment by the amount that we did from 2021 to 2022. We grew by, I think it was 1,260 students in 1 year. That growth was the second largest growth of any school district in the state as far as the terms of number of students. And it had the highest variance, meaning it was the DPI under projected or under forecasted us by 700 and some odd students. And so we can go back in, I like to say DPI giveth and it taketh away. This is one case where DPI giveth, and we were able to go in and put a funding request in to make up the difference, or to request the amount of funds that we were underfunded that we would have received had the forecast been correct. And so that's the major addition for this month. We also received an additional $286,000 for in ESSER funds that was in our two main pots of money. That's our PRC 171, which expires in September of 2023, and then additional money in our ESSER allotment that expires in 2024. We are also requesting that we tap into $12,000 worth of capital outlay fund balance, and that is to cover the cost of activity buses. The activity buses cost, like just about all of our other costs, have climbed higher than what we originally budgeted and planned for. We have roughly $1 million in fund balance, so we do have the funds available to cover it if the board chooses to allow us to tap into that resource. Just to talk about inflation, that's the big takeaway that we are experiencing right now. Is I think we're at, if I looked at it just earlier, we're at a 7.9% rate of inflation. Our energy costs are going up pretty substantially. Food costs are going up. That's a main point that school districts all across the nation are facing. One of the major challenges with that is that the state salaries are inching along, but the cost of living is skyrocketing along. And so that's one of the things that we'll be coming back to present to you with our funding request for the county for this upcoming year. And with that, that's the Cliff Notes version.
I want to say something because I had this question asked, and you're the man that knows everything, but it's about money. But I'm talking a little bit about our bond request here, but I've had people approach me and say, why don't you got $100 million in ESSER monies. Why are you going to the county commissioners and asking them for $253.5? That's a legitimate question from a citizen who's sitting and watching and wondering, what are you doing with your money? And I mean, we cannot use ESSER money to build schools. But the citizens and our stakeholders may not know that, and I get it. They're not into this like we are because we're living it every day. But
right. And before, I've only been in school finance now for 9 years. I spent 13 years in the corporate side before I came to, and I had no idea how restrictive funding is for public schools, especially in North Carolina. And so yes, you're absolutely right. You can't use ESSER funds just to build an entire school or a building. That would be wonderful if we could. But based on the guidance of the board, we are working within that budget as much as we can to help with some of our capital needs for the long term. So there is a big push for that, especially as we save money in other areas to be able to develop that.
Like Mr. Carroll said a couple of meetings ago, we're putting our skin in the game to continue to upgrade our facilities. So we are putting our money in the pot to help with the commissioners as well. So,
yes, sir. Yeah, and we're working on that, and we will present that. We're going to request a budget work session, I think, if I understand right, later this month, and we'll present more information at that time for you.
Let me ask a question. On the buses, or that's activity bus.
Yes,
so
sir.
That is, we have to buy those. The state won't help us out with
That's
that.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, activity buses are 100% locally funded.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm looking at a motion, but
Make a motion that we approve the presentation here.
Motion by Mr. Carroll, second by Mr. Johnston. My only question that's come up, activity bus, it's increased, Miss Andrews, increased in requesting 12,000 from capital outlay. So it's additional.
I know we're not
Okay.
purchasing activity buses for 12,000. We can't even get a lawnmower for $12,000.
I would love it if we could.
Yeah.
It was,
All in favor?
Going into the pot there to get it.
that's right. Yes, ma'am.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0.
Yes, I always like to inform the board. I haven't had to have that conversation since I've been here, since we haven't spent any fund balance. But I always like to make sure the board is informed anytime that we do dip into that reserve. So, my second request for this evening is to look into our. Try to click ahead here, so you can see this. To look at our incentive plan for the summer learning program. As Dr. King mentioned earlier, it is very similar to what we had last year. To go over some of the basic dollar amounts, we're looking at $40 per hour rate of pay for certified staff, same as last year. $45 per hour for APs or our site leaders, and then $20 an hour for our classified staff that are involved with the summer learning program. So one thing that is different this year from last year is that last year every site was a summer learning, every site was a summer learning site. This year it's there's less sites, and so not every classified employee would get the $20 per hour. It would only be those that are having the extra workload associated with working at a summer learning site. And the other part would be for site-based 12-month employees. We would make up the difference and get them up to the $20 an hour. In other words, 12-month employees. If you're a custodian, you're a 12-month custodian, and you're working right next to a 10-month custodian. You don't want the 10-month custodian making $5, $6, $7 an hour more than the 12-month custodian. And so this, if you approve as presented, it would allow us to equalize that pay for the duration of the summer learning program.
And that's coming out of money that you have already allocated earlier on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep. And once we know, last year we spent, I think it was 10.4 million, I believe was the number that we spent on the summer learning program. It should be considerably less than that this year.
This is an action item, so I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Andrews, second by Mr. Johnston. Any questions?
I do have one, and it's not on this list. And Dr. Bracy, it would be your intentions that the I guess you call them site managers, or I would call them the principals for the summer schools principal. Okay, those are usually assistant principals for the most part, correct? And and I'm just throwing this out there. I agree with what you're asking, but these people take on an extra responsibility to get ready for summer school. They're having to do some work that's beyond being an AP in that school toward the end of the year. So I would just like us to, I'm fine with this, but I would like us to have the discussion about, is there a way to compensate them for the work they're doing beyond the hours of being an AP to get ready for summer academy? I don't think it's going to be the magnitude, or the summer learning program. I don't think it's going to be the magnitude of students that we had last summer, but I just know that they spend a lot of time after hours, weekends, getting ready for summer academy on top of their other jobs. So,
okay,
just a thought.
Will do.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, there's no further business. I'll entertain a.
I got one other thing. I'm going to be quiet after this, I promise, because I'm home. All right. It's, April 21st and 22nd is Special Olympics in Johnston County. That is a near and dear program to my heart, and I'm excited to be back out there this year. If you are in the area of Smithfield-Selma High School, between the hours of, say, 10 and 2 on Thursday and Friday, April 21st and 22nd, stop by. They would love to have you there for the opening ceremonies on those days. Elementary is on the 21st, middle and high is on the 22nd. It is the best day ever in Johnston County. So I'm just making that announcement to the board and to anybody else who's listening. Come by and support these special kids, special athletes.
And I promised a student at the student luncheon, they posed this to me, I think it's Cleveland High School maybe has a women's softball team that potentially is going to advance into the state tournament. And they're potentially looking at the bracket. If they win, they will have to be playing on Friday of graduation. Their concern is we either have to choose from walking out of graduation or, you know, playing a game. Is there any way that the, I guess the athletic people at the state level can accommodate?
We can look into that and see what we can do. Dr. Pierce, let's have that conversation with Mr. Plisco tomorrow, and we'll go from there.
Their graduation's in the morning, isn't it?
Isn't there sometimes the two schools can mutually agree to play it on a Saturday? That happens.
That's a valid concern that they raised, and they don't want it. They don't want to miss winning the game, nor do they want to miss walking.
Sure.
All right, any further discussion? All right, got a motion by Mr. Carroll, second by Ms. Andrews. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries 7-0.